We are connected. Nice. There is indeed spookiness going on behind me. But, the more important thing. Warp factor 8, Mr. Cthulhu. Indeedy do. Right. Is everybody in Foundry Forge?
Yes.
The answer appears to be not exactly. Actually, no, that's most of us who are already here. Yeah. Groovy. Alright. Those of you who want to hear Sirenscape, hearing Sirenscape at the moment?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Ready for you to start stream.
Spectacular. A lot of us have waited a long time for this day. Well, there we go. Okay. Okie dokie. So, we're all connected, we're all in. In that case, I am going to quickly take down the rumble and the spooky ambience as I throw us over to our intro video, but it's our Halloween episode's intro video, so we'll see you in a couple of seconds, folks, after I just do this quick thing. And hello and welcome to the Halloween special episode of Star Trek Navis. My regular folks are all here with me tonight. Webby will be along hopefully shortly. But for the moment we have everybody else. So, yes, Halloween episode is currently upon us, and we assemble our guys here in front of us.
So before you say that, you look very JB, Mr. Bat.
I do. I'm not wearing my Hey, suitable substrate. Welcome along. Yes, as has already been noted, I am not wearing my Admiral's uniform tonight because we're going a bit more thematic with tonight. So we'll start off with our regular frame of Star Trekkiness, but that might change in a few moments. So, before I do any of that, can I just confirm that folks can double-click on their characters and bring up their new character sheets? There's a lot of cursors whizzing around, so I'm guessing... Yes.
Where am I? There am I.
Yes. You're all the way over the end, I'm
yes.
afraid. Excellent.
Oh, how did I know I'll get that type of class?
It's because...
The obvious.
Exactly.
Oh, we can look at everyone's.
Yes. Okay.
Are you sure Nova shouldn't be just replaced with mental patient?
Well...
Sorry, I just laughed at Vibus.
Yes.
Typecast, I say. Typecast.
Now, all will become clear more or less soon. But I've got a little bit of setup to go through first, just to identify where we are. So I'm actually going to turn off the spooky music as we bring ourselves into focus here with the senior bridge crew of the USS Navis. Navis is currently on one of its usual patrols of the area, just outside of the Shackleton Expanse. Let's see how they do. Yes, indeed, Liz. No spoilers, please. That's the point of all this, is to give them the same kind of scenario, but to see if they do anything different, and to revel in the fact that they are so. So, let's get around to what I was saying. Yes, the Navis is currently on patrol, and therefore nothing much of dire import is going on. So, at the moment, Beta Shift, who we rarely see, are currently on bridge duty. As such, that has freed up Alpha Shift, yourselves, to have some downtime. And at a certain point in the morning, you each receive a communication, mostly a text communication, from Lieutenant Danielle Stephens, who was your more recent hire, as it were, in the engineering section, and happens to be your captain's sister. Lieutenant Stephens asked you all to meet her on the deck just outside of the just outside where the holodeck is located. As she says, she's got an idea of something to try for downtime, something special that she would like you all to partake in. As such, when you're all dressed and ready, you go down to where you're going to meet her, and indeed, Stephens is there with a data pad in her hand, ready to brief everyone on what her big surprise is. What was that you just said? Habui musco concilia mea downtime.
I may have noticed that according this, I have Latin as a language.
Okay.
Which the rough translation for that, I shall put in English now. For the universal translator.
I had Moss plans for my downtime. Okay.
Apologies to anyone who actually speaks Latin.
So when she gets you all together in the corridor leading to the Hollow Suite, Lieutenant Stephens, Danielle or Danny, however she goes, she's, like I said, she's got a data pad in her hand, and she brings everybody together. Right. Okay, I know usually when we have downtime we just kind of sit around and maybe play a bit of poker and that kind of stuff, but I thought it would be a really good idea to do something a little different. And as it happens, currently on the what they call the Western Hemisphere of Earth at the moment, it is October time, and folks on Earth oftentimes celebrate a very specific kind of ritual or party get-together kind of thing at this time of the year. They call it, and she consults the datapad, All Hallows Eve or Halloween. Halloween. I'm pretty sure I'm mispronouncing that, but either way, it appears to be a local custom where, to celebrate the fact that the daytimes are growing shorter and the night times are going to grow longer, they celebrate this by wearing monstrous costumes, pretending to be ghosts and creatures, and watch scary vids and tell each other spooky, scary stories. Now, to those of you who aren't humans, this kind of sounds a little bit weird. I mean, why would people, when the nights are drawing in and getting colder and longer and darker, why would a people then subject themselves to spooks and scares in a time when you really want to feel safe and secure and be able to see everything around you? Those of you who aren't human will probably just chalk it up to, oh, those wacky humans at it again. God. But, yes, all a bit strange. Nevertheless, Stephens goes on. So, in order to go for something spooky and have it so that folks can all kind of join in, almost like a team building exercise, but without the whole having to climb a mountain together or some such other nonsense, I thought this would be a little bit more entertaining and a bit different. So, I went looking for something that would be theme appropriate, and I think I found it. There's an old, they used to call it a screenplay, which was essentially what's the best way of describing it? It was a way of trying to plan out a form of visual entertainment, because back in those days all they had was two-dimensional entertainment, so all they could do was watch their entertainment on a screen and not actually interact all that well with it until much later. So back in the early 19th century of Earth, they had these things called movies, and in order to make them, you would have a screenplay. this screenplay that I found was actually made into a holo program, an interactive one, and I'm really keen to try it out. So, sadly, I am set to be on duty for this, so I've only got enough time to help set this up for you, and have you guys can go through it, and then you can, after you're done, tell me all about how you enjoyed it, or if you didn't, that's fine too. But I'm really hoping you'll enjoy this, because you're all going to play a set of like paranormal or private investigators. So I have taken the liberty of creating characters for each of you that are roughly based on what I think you might find yourself doing were you on Earth during the early 20th century, and also trying to find things that are thematically appropriate again. So, you will find in the room next to the holodeck, you'll find your costumes all laid out for you. I picked each of your individual characters based on what I saw you fitting with best, or where there was potentially a room for somebody of that type of investigator skill set to fall into for the purposes of this story that you're going to be taking part in. So, if you'll all walk yourselves into the changing rooms, you'll find your costumes all been laid out with your names ready, and they are, according to the computer, all period-appropriate type of clothing. So, with Stephens now done with her presentation spiel, you are now able to walk into the changing rooms just next door to the holodeck. And you do indeed find 1920s, 1930s Western Hemisphere period-appropriate clothing. So, Andrews herself has got like the bowler hat, the trench coat kind of PI look to her, whereas Fazanan finds himself wearing this really thick bomber jacket with lots of aeroplane themed badges and stuff stitched on. There's also a comically large curly moustache as a prosthetic for Fazanan to wear, should he wish to. Vibers is more shirt sleeves and braces kind of look with a flat cap. Hang on, who's having trouble?
Mike.
Mike, can you not hear me at all, or can you not hear what's going on with the background stuff? Actually, can't. Mike can't.
You did say dang, still can't hear.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you just muted and deafened yourself. Hold on, folks. Technical difficulties. We can hear you. Yep, we can definitely hear you. Well, we heard you then. Enough with the Ouija board, Davis.
No consequences.
Nova finds herself in a typical lady's outfit for that time, so complete with bonnet, hat, and long skirt and terribly impractical boots. You can't hear us. Oh dear. Oh dearie do. Right, folks, try and suggest some fixes for Mike while I keep on going.
You might have to uninstall it and reinstall a fresh copy of Discord. So if he's having trouble updating, that's the only way I can think about it. Oh, you can't hear us.
So yeah.
I'm helping.
It has to be via text. Any help is going to be via text, I'm afraid.
Webby, could you type that because you're a quicker typer than I am?
So, yes, Nova's got slightly impractical boots for running, but it does cinch your waist in really nicely. Bertram, Bertram is wearing a definitely high-class gentleman-type outfit. Not quite tailcoat, but is definitely very posh. Likewise, and Mike's going to miss this description, but Ori is... Oh, no, you go. There he is.
Yay!
Hey!
Just
Just in
Thanks,
time for
Webby.
me to describe what Ori's wearing.
Thank you, Webby.
It's alright, no worries.
So yes, you're all being given period-appropriate costumes by Lieutenant Stephens, and Ori's is typical 1920s, 1930s wear, but this one comes complete with dicky bow tie, waistcoat, and the like. Edward's outfit is a bit more gung ho. It's kind of somewhere between Andrews's PI, but also with a short nod to the respectability of Ori's kind of learned man of science look. So Edwards kind of straddles that line between working man and thinking man kind of outfit. For the gents, especially for Bertram and definitely for Thazanan, there are the optional, prosthetic moustaches. Whether or not you want to actually have them on you is entirely up to you.
I mean, I was thinking like not Randolph Carter. Which Carter was it that discovered Tutankhamun's tomb? It's like pith helmet, kind of
Yeah, if
English
you want to go that
gentleman
way.
explorer kind. And I mean, that's what I was expecting, that kind of thing. Because it's like potentially pith helmet, monocle. To the colonies with a spade.
So it sounds like Edwards is getting into his one really nicely.
I think
Colin,
with
looks
Andrews. So you first, Gareth.
Bertram looks at the fake moustache and that, and just goes, given in mind the period of time that we're going to be in, do you have any idea, without modern day hygiene techniques, how easy it is to pick up all sorts of unmentionables and bacteria and stuff in such bins? Clean shaven is much more practical.
All right then.
Yeah, I think with Andrews is that she's kind of like looking at this like, what the hell are we doing? But at the same time, secretly, there's this like inner child side of her that's like, I'm gonna enjoy this.
You get to play dress up, yeah, absolutely. I'm
Yeah.
still wondering
Although
whether
the-
or
yeah.
not Caval's going to put on the handlebar moustache. But I'll leave that for Jan to decide.
He's muted himself, so he's that disgusted at the mustache.
I mean,
Sorry. Cavell takes the moustache and wants to put it in his forehead, and then he looks around and he's like, okay, maybe
Nope.
not. Puts it on his upper lip.
So these aren't eyebrows, okay. All right, so everybody
It's
gets their
amazing
costumes
how that
on.
bowler hat has antenna holes in it.
Yeah, I think that Lieutenant Stephens is definitely treading on thin ice, where she's kind of like, I think that these characters are appropriate for each other, and sort of like, the commander, criminal,
It's like,
drive, arrogance.
It's amazing how her review's not gonna go well, isn't it?
Good news is that you're not her department head.
All right then, not anymore anyway. So everyone finally files out of the changing rooms in their finery, and there's Stephens looking very chuffed a bit. She's practically bouncing on her on the balls of her feet. Right then, if we're all made up and ready, then let's get you into the holodeck. So we move things over to the holodeck, and yes, indeed. Everybody files into the holodeck. Stephens, however, remains outside. And she says, right, so originally I was going to try this out with you, and I've drawn the short straw with my shift, so I'd much rather you guys at least try this and tell me how it is later, so maybe I can try it with some of the guys. But until then, I'm just going to stay outside here so it doesn't break your immersion, because either way, I'm going to need to talk you through a few things about navigating around this program and how you interact with it. But I'm going to do so from outside the holodeck, and I'll be using the comms. So I'll be just out here in the corridor if you need me. Okay. Good luck. So,
Oh,
okay. So this is me outside, and we're all ready, I hope. Any questions before I start the program? No? Yes? No? Alrighty.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, like I said, you're all pretty much investigators of some variety, or learned peoples with period-appropriate type of knowledge sets and skills. Now, according to the short brief that I got on the program, it's better to have as wide a pool of investigative skills as we can fit, so that at least one, maybe two people within the group will have the necessary investigative skills and abilities in order to make sure that you catch all the clues. So some of you might have skills that are unique to the character you're playing. Others might find that they overlap a little bit with others. So yeah, hopefully I did a good enough job with designing the characters for each of you that it plays well. So okay, let's see how this works. Computer, initiates soundproofing. What was the one for that? So the ship rumble disappears. All right, and enable program.
We're all in a closet.
Very funny.
There's an easy
Okay.
way to find out whether the holographic program is malfunctioning. Computer arch. There is no arch. Yep, it's malfunctioned. Great.
No, I had to turn off the speech modifier. When you say computer arch, the arch appears behind you.
Ah, you see, it's fine.
I'm presuming you're going to show us like how to use our character sheets and stuff.
Oh yes, in a very meta way. Okay, so this is where you'll be starting the story. This is the mansion of, well, this is a room in the mansion of a Sir William Madron. So he has requested each of your characters' presence to help him with something. So this is where you'll meet him for the first time in order to receive the mission brief, if you will. But before we get started with that, I just need to show you a few things. So if you need to see what your characters can do, you just double tap on an open palm, either your left or your right. You can either double tap with the same palm or with a different hand, either way. That should bring up your character statistics. So this is the in-game, the in-narrative way of describing the double click on your own character to bring up the character sheet. Wrong window. Okay, so when you double tap, you should get an overview of your character display in front of you, and you should see that you have skills divided into two columns. The leftmost column represents your investigative skills, so those are the skills all to do with finding clues in an environment. The general skills are all on the right-hand side, and these represent skills that pretty much anyone can use and anyone has, but those with ratings in them will obviously be better at it than Joe Average. So there's also going to be some action involved in the story, so you're going to have you've got like a representation of how much physical punishment your characters can take, and that's on your health statistic. So you want to keep your health statistic reasonably high. It can fall past 0, but if it gets to negative 12, your character is technically defeated, dead, and out of the runnings. So watch out for that. Plus, there will also be some sinister things that you might meet along the way, which will question, maybe even sap your stability or even your mental sanity. So we have ratings for those as well. more often than not, when it comes to an investigation, you won't need to actually utilize the skills. It'll just, if you have a skill and it's useful in locating a clue, it'll just happen. Who did we just lose? Alex. Okay.
He'll be back.
No loss there. Wah! Sorry.
The only other thing to notice on your character profiles is the hit threshold. That's the number that somebody who's trying to strike you has to get on or above. More often than not, that number will be 3, but those with particularly high ratings in the athletics skill will be able to have a higher hit threshold as a result. So, yeah.
Sorry about that. My Discord reset all of a sudden. I got an update that sort of caused it to close.
So, like I said, if you ever need to access your character's skills in order to see what they're capable of, just double tap on your palm and you should get that display pop up in front of you. So yes,
Do
whenever
we
somebody
also-
does actually double tap, it brings up a holographic representation of the character sheet in front of your character's eyes. Yes, Jan.
What languages
Do
do
we-
I know? Oh, sorry.
Go on, Jan.
Do we also see the equipment tab?
Yep.
So Cavell scratches his head and is like, what is a cultist?
Oh, right. Kival doesn't have anything.
Type of food, I think.
Nor do
Nobody
I.
does.
Yeah, I've
I
got
don't
nothing.
either.
All right, then. Well, it's
We go-
time we change that then, innit? So, what I will do then is I will... So that's the one thing I forgot.
Equipment. But
Well,
as I said,
Andrews
where
will
did-
be easy. You just have to give her the weapon that she always goes for. Her
brass
fist.
knuckles.
Or you could give us what we didn't get last game.
Oh, here's an ammo drop with all of your guns.
Yes.
well,
And an APC.
Yeah, we need an APC. Get to the
Indeed, yeah.
APC. Oh no, wait,
So-
wait, no, that was Sunday.
what languages am I meant to have? 'Cause there's nothing in the edit tab, and
Whatever you might find useful or pertinent to the situation.
Oh, please don't tell me no
in the
French.
inabilities under academic, I have languages with the language that I can speak, so I'm guessing it's there.
I've just got 2 out of 2, but it doesn't actually say anything.
Yep, so that can be filled in as and when.
In the edit thing. Let's see.
If you want to define what they are, you can think of something, then feel free to put it in there. Or you can wait until the language comes up and you can then decide, oh, I know that.
Languages that would probably not help in a English gentleman's sort of like parlour.
Arabic.
Hang on.
Arabic, no, potentially because of where sort of like all the books came from. I'm thinking sort of like Mandarin, because the chances of us finding Chinese Cthulhu is remote.
Aranto.
Oh, wrong window again.
Don't swear at me.
Okay, so that's basically how you can take a look at your characters and see what they're capable of doing and stuff like that. So I hope that's clear to everyone. So if there are going to be clues in the environment, there should be visual clues. Stuff should glow. That'll become more obvious as time goes on and you actually encounter clues relevant to those of you who have the skills to find them. So, yeah, everybody ready? Excellent.
As a well-respected member of Starfleet of the Federation, what's the credit rating?
Oh, that's got something to do with the fact that they were using money, and therefore the
wow.
higher your credit rating, I think it's on a scale of 0 to 5. The higher your
Many
credit
It's
rating,
like
the
a
more money you
Ferengi.
have.
I said, yeah, many ancient cultures did rely on a hard currency or something that represented usually
Oh,
a
right,
precious
so-
resource.
So basically,
Am
this
I
is
the
my
only
personal
person who plays
Goldfest Latinum
Cabo?
store. Gotcha.
Sort of, yes.
All right. Okay, so Computer.
You're the one of how much do dealers willing to give you money that you don't have?
initiate ambience. Okay. So, there we go. So, apparently the setting for this whole story is in a Welsh, okay, however you pronounce that, port town. This apparently is in what's known as Greater Britain at the time. Greater Britain. Sounds a bit...
Wow.
I think Welsh,
wow.
I do believe went extinct around the year
Lieutenant,
2023.
yeah, Lieutenants, you definitely need to improve on your history lessons.
Seems so.
Wasn't that the place where the last dragon was kept?
Yes. I say 2023, I'm being stupid. It's 2320. Sorry, I do apologise. I get my numbers the wrong way around.
That's near London, right?
Either way,
320's a couple of years in the past, Anson.
Is it?
Either
Yeah.
way, this is a relatively well-to-do port town, and apparently the man you are here to meet is one of the richer and more important people in the town, so that's what you're facing off against. Or not facing off against, this is who you'll be picking things up from, so yeah, okay. I'm missing something. Oh yes! Computer, load in the character of Sir William Madron. And here he is. Okay. Everybody's ready. Oh, I nearly forgot something. Computer, add filter. I'm going to add the filter. Let's hope it works. Hey! Alright, so if you need me, I'm going to be right outside. I'll let you deal with this little thing and get the brief, and when necessary I will poke in again just to walk you through some things. So, yep, good luck!
She didn't really have to put the filter on, did she?
Everybody in this time have cataracts or something.
Yes. This is really screwing with my optical receptor.
Saves on the budget.
Alright.
She didn't actually say who is here as technically the most senior in this investigation.
Nope, she didn't.
I think it's more we're a group of individuals put together rather than actually a group with an established hierarchy.
So William Madron is a very much a gentleman of his time, with very tightly cropped hair, glasses, and white moustache. This place is, as you've noticed, lavishly done out, and he does turn around to greet you. Ah, so you're finally here. Welcome. Come on in. Some of you may already know me, those of you with societal connections, those of you who don't. Then thank you for coming. This town, Greyhenge, owes a lot to my success, and it has been my honor and privilege to help lift up all of the people who have benefited from my mercantile delivery business. Those of you who don't know me may have seen my name on trains and ships and crates. As such, I have become a very wealthy man, and like any wealthy man, I would very much like to continue providing, as I do for everybody, well into the future, even after my death. So I am very concerned with legacy, my legacy. And in that regard, we come to the subject of my son. Those of you who have been reading the tabloids more than likely know the name Madron mostly through my son, Johan. And you will know that as far as being someone that could possibly be the heir to a £1 million mercantile franchise like mine, he's not exactly the best choice, but he is my only son. He was known as something of a hedonist, and his drunken escapades are the things of legend in this town and the tabloids. That is, until recently. My son, you see, recently came to me and told me that he had found religion. Something which filled me with hope and gladness. Because it meant that he finally had found something which could give him guidance, a moral code with which to live by. And so I was at first greatly enthused to hear that he had joined a church. The Church of Our Lord in Orpiment. I'd never heard of them before, but it seemed that other societal members were also engaged with the church. And thus, I assumed it was an establishment of well repute. Recently, however, catastrophe has struck. Every member of the church, the congregation, the priests, they have all vanished without a trace. The church with which they held their congregation is still there, but it lies empty, and everyone, including my son, has vanished. Ordinarily, I'd go to the police with this, and I did. But I was told in no uncertain terms that they are investigating, and that I should wait. Well, I've been waiting for some time and have still had no news. A man of my influence in this town is not used to having doors shut in his face. But I've been very much experiencing that of late when I've tried to press the police and other agencies for their progress in locating my son. I've even been subtly warned not to poke my nose in affairs that might get me in trouble. So, that brings me to why I brought you here. I have elected to bring in outside parties, people who have no affiliation and therefore no link whatsoever or bias to anything going on in this town. I would ask you to search for my son and bring him back to me alive if possible, or if not, at least tell me who is responsible for his disappearance. Now, I do not expect you to do this out of the kindness of your hearts. I am willing to pay you each £20 a day for this endeavor. And you will also be permitted to use my son's apartment as lodgings. I would also stress that you should investigate the apartment just to discover if there are any clues as to his potential whereabouts. The police have already been through it, but as I have indicated, they seem a little reticent to actually solve this mystery. The only other location of use I have for you is the address of the church in its abandoned state. Perhaps in searching either or both of these locations, you might find something that the authorities or those involved in this could not. Sir Badron reaches behind him to the desk that he's stood in front of and pulls out a manila folder. It's actually quite thin. This is, sadly, all I've been able to piece together on the Church of Our Lord in Orpiment, and it is, unfortunately, rather thin.
How long ago was
Go
your
on.
son last seen?
A week.
Oh, computer freeze program. Okay, so I want to draw your attention now to the file folder in Sir William's hands that he's offering you. Not only does this give you some needed information, this file folder also acts as a kind of resource. If at any point you want to try and investigate something, an avenue of investigation specific to the Church of Our Lord in Orpiment, you can actually give your attempts to do so a bit of a boost by drawing upon the materials in the file folder, which represent a 2-point pool that you can use. So essentially this gives you a pool of 2 points that you can dip into in order to give yourself basically a boost, a bonus to your character's abilities to discover clues in an environment, or to investigate and press for clues. Because certain parts of your character have ratings as to represent how good you are in a certain field of either academia or interpersonal play. But you also have a pool of points equal to the rating, and you can spend points from those pools in order to maybe gain a boost to certain actions, or to gain extra information, or to give yourself an advantage somehow. So the manila envelope will be yours as a tool to use in more than one sense. So yeah, okay, I'll let you get back to it. Computer, unpause program.
So, those of you who wish to investigate the manila envelope, there are a couple of newspaper clippings about what happened, the disappearance of the Church of Our Lord in Orpiment, and more pressing is a stack of identity papers that the type you would usually see when someone has run like a background check, almost like a police report on a certain person, and it seems that this is the woman in charge of the Church of Our Lord in Orpiment. It shows a small clip picture of a woman who seems to be in her middle years. She has thick black rimmed spectacles, shoulder length stark white hair, and a very narrow features, very piercing eyes. The name on the... Sorry, what was that?
Unusual for a woman to be in charge in this time period.
The name on the paper says that she is Professor Esme Merchand. And those with skills in archaeology, those with skills in... Let me see... What else?
Library use?
Yeah, I'll go with that. Library use. Those with the particularly higher credit rating as well. And...
Defining as higher credit rating for...
As in 3 and above. Yeah, and anthropology and history as well will all suddenly get a little box that hovers over the manila envelope, over the page, and the little box has basically the name of the skill that your character has that will allow you to draw more information from this. If you just tap it when it's there in the skill, in the air rather.
Whoops. Have I done that wrong?
Yeah, you don't need to spend any point. You spent a point. You might want to put that point back.
I don't know how. I was in edit.
So if you... What is it? Archaeology. So if you go to your character sheet and you click on the word archaeology, a second window comes up. Oh, you didn't actually spend a point.
Oh no, I put it back by going to edit.
There you are. So, yeah. Pool and rating, you can monkey with your pool in there, but you don't have to roll anything until I say you roll for stuff.
Okay,
if you've got points in the requisite skill, you are assumed automatically to glean the information. You don't need to roll for it at all. You will automatically get it as long as you have the skill. Therefore, those with the credit rating, the history, the archaeology skills, you'll get these little floating boxes hovering above the piece of paper. And when you tap them, you'll get a small window that hovers in front of your eye line with a screed of text that you can read that gives you more information. This information states that Professor Esme Merchand is the daughter of a French aristocrat. She also travelled extensively during her life and became a faculty member of a number of science and education institutions. And she was last known to have embarked upon an archaeological expedition to the mountains of Afghanistan before she summarily disappeared from view. But it seems she turned up again some years later as leader of this church.
How do you spell her name again, please? Sorry.
M-E-R... Sorry, let me say that again. M-A-R-C-H-A-N-D. Professor Esme Marchand.
Esme Marchand.
So, Sir William pipes up at this point. So, you have the information I have. You have full use of my son's apartment. You also have the address in that file folder of the location of the church. You are now free to go about as you will. Report back to me when you have something. What was that, Mike?
Are we able to figure out how many years or how much time it was between she disappeared and popped up again? Does the research say that at all? Or
It says about 5.
5 years? Okay.
Which, when you're someone in high society, is quite a long time to go.
Yeah.
From an archaeological point of view, what civilization would be roughly around about that? So is it Afghanistan? Is that towards towards India side, isn't it, where the mountains are? Or am I thinking of Iran that's got the mountains to the left?
Iran definitely has mountains. So. It's in the Middle East, isn't it?
I'm trying to avoid the area of... I was thinking Babylon, but that's Iraq, Iran, not as far as Afghanistan.
Yeah, that was Persia, so... Yeah.
So
this would be like former Timurid territory, so that would be... It would be near the borders with India then, so that's where the Himalayas sort of like starts going round. Is that roughly the type of area we're talking about?
It sounds like you know more about this the situation than I, so let's go with yes.
I mean, to those who also are a bit more geographical, am I talking about the right area? Like the shelf where the two continents have. That's where the general mountain ranges is, isn't it?
The Urals, isn't it? Is that
Yeah.
mountain range?
Because to the left it goes to Afghanistan has Iraq on the left. No, Iran on the left. So the mountains must be on the right. Is that right?
Okay, so
Yes.
the program hasn't actually been loaded with any geographical data or anything like that, so it just has a load of scenes that you switch between. So if you want to move to a new location, when you go up to the door that you were close to when you came in, as soon as someone moves near the door, you should get a display that offers you the available locations that you can move to.
I'm disappointed, Lieutenant. I have a driving skill in this.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sirs, but that's what the program came with.
If I may say, it'd probably be a good idea to start with the apartment rather than going to the ruins of the church first.
Yes.
So basically, anybody who walks up to the door, as soon as you get close, 2 floating boxes with text in them come up. One says the son's apartment, the other says the abandoned church, and they just kind of float there, waiting for somebody to, basically everybody to touch it to make a decision. So,
yeah, Edwards would put his hand for apartment.
Yep, apartment.
I have to agree on this, yes.
okay.
We need to collect evidence.
Yep.
But it'd be
Indeed,
interesting
so.
to find out who Sir William's... Actually, we never actually found out what Sir William's child's name is.
Johan.
Hmm?
Johan.
Sorry, the music
Owen.
went...
Owen.
I-O-A-N, Johan.
Oh,
Johan.
Oh, yeah, old name.
Mm-hmm. Old Welsh name. Right, so, moving to the son's apartment. Okie-dokie.
I mean, the atmosphere is nice, but because for some reason it keeps going to full, so every time the track does have to change it.
Yeah, the track's not got a set volume.
Yeah, for those who aren't familiar with it, Foundry does have its own area for you to control the volume. So if it's coming in too loud, you can turn it down. If it's coming in too quiet, you
keeps
can
resetting
turn it
to
up.
loud every time it starts again.
But,
so I
yeah,
have to keep turning every now and again and going.
It'll
back.
default probably
yeah.
back to the 75% on scene load, but yeah.
If you change the playlist volume instead of the currently playing volume, it'll keep
Yeah.
it at
Right.
that level.
Yeah,
That's
so
what I
that's
did.
the one you want to aim for. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you. You're amazing. That's been bugging me since I started playing Star Trek.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, don't apologise. It's
Oh,
just
no.
it wasn't a problem thing because it's something I can quickly do with the background. This is quite a bit louder than the ambient background, so it's like it changes like, and I'm deaf.
So,
So-
the scene essentially changes. You find yourself in a lavish, for the time, apartment. Single floor apartment,
is an
lots
apartment?
of
It's
rooms.
as big as my house.
Indeed.
So,
Bigger than my house.
so shall we scan for anomalies?
Split up and search for clues.
So, essentially, what you find is when you do start fanning out, a number of things start glowing in the environment, but only for certain individuals. For
I totally want to
instance,
try and pull a tricorder out then.
you've got no tricords. You've got you just got in their costumes. So, those with locksmith as a skill, you will notice that the door handle of the door, the entrance door that you would have come through were this not just a scene transition. The door is glowing for those, or the door handle rather, is glowing for those who have the skill locksmith. For those who have the skill forensics, there will be a lamp that's on the floor rather than on a side table, and that's glowing, so that is drawing your attention to it. There is behind a chair a glow as well for anybody that's got evidence collection or streetwise. And
Where's the chair at?
what was that? Sorry, Mike.
Where's the chair at?
It'll be somewhere in the environment. It doesn't have to necessarily be physically in the. I'm not going to
Okay,
physically direct
okay.
you to it, but there will somewhere be a couch or a chair, and there will be this light kind of emanating from somewhere behind it. Only for those who have got evidence collection or streetwise. There's also a mirror that you will pass in a hallway that will light up for anybody with evidence collection or forensics.
Okay then.
Alright, so a chair, and what was the last thing you said?
So
Mirror.
door, lamp, mirror, and to the side of a chair.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I think I've missed one, so I've got two with evidence
Door, lamp.
collection.
Door,
One
lamp,
with-
chair, mirror.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's
Or for locksmith.
Yes.
Door for locksmith, lamp for forensics, the chair with evidence collection or streetwise, and the mirror for those who have got evidence collection. Forensics.
Okay, it was the first forensic one I missed. I got everything else. It was that one. Okay,
Oh, and I need to change
So,
the
mirror me.
ambience.
I suppose.
Well, shall we go down them in order?
Okay.
Either. It doesn't matter. Whichever one you want to do. So, mirror was mentioned first, so let's go with that. The mirror does light up when you go near it, and anybody who goes near it gets a little, like, a pop-up holographic box with text in it that that shows the skill that's being that's drawing your attention to it, either evidence collection or forensics. But there's also a kind of almost like an aura around bits on the mirror that appear to be smudges of some sort. And where it says the skill, the little box that's hovering that says the skill, it also has a little note that you can press that says hint if you want to use it.
On the skill?
On the skill, the little hovering box that says either evidence collection or forensics, it's got a little button that
Okay.
says hint.
Well, I'll press it.
When you press it, a little drop-down bit of extra box comes and says breathe on it.
Okay, I'll breathe on it.
When you breathe,
Fingerprints.
when you breathe on the mirror, you find that it fogs up like you would expect it to. But the bits that have got like smudges on it become even more evident, and these smudges appear to be a star-like symbol and 4 words that say, "Put me back together."
So I have a question.
Of course.
My character has photography, and he also has is it preparedness or something like that? Or,
Yep.
Let's see.
Yes,
Would
indeed.
he then have a camera, or
Haha.
he could take
In
pictures
that
of the time?
case, yes, as soon as Ori elects to go into, double taps his hand to bring up his character sheet, goes to preparedness, a little box comes up saying, "Do you wish an item to have been prepared ahead of time?"
Yes. Okay, definitely.
At which point, yes, and you can say, and it'll give you a prompt, and you say camera, and all of a sudden a camera appears in your bag or in your pocket. One of those big cameras with the huge bulbs,
Right.
period-appropriate cameras, which is,
It would take a
you know,
picture of
all,
the mirror.
which is, really, really big point of interest for
Right.
Ori. It's like, wow, your visual. Your visual, whatever, capture devices in this period were immense!
Yes.
This thing's so heavy! So
Beautiful
yes, you can take a
flash.
snapshot.
Don't
There
look
is
at
a-
the what?
There's a bright flash, and yes, you take a picture of the mirror.
Thank you.
Okay, So-
basically, Ed was just trying to find something to write this down and draw a quick sketch of the
those
symbol.
who have got locksmith, you have your attention drawn to the fact that the doorknob has a number of screws missing from it. These screws are on the floor next to the door. Those of you who have forensics and were looking for the looking at the lamp, you get a note saying that this lamp and its in its position where it's fallen, and the fact that it's broken in some places, suggests that a struggle may have occurred. And then whoever's got evidence collection or streetwise and goes up to the chair that had something glowing behind it, you find that there's a discarded leather wallet on the floor just to the side of the couch chair in question. Picking it up,
The wallet.
it's
So,
got
what
money
was
in
that
it.
What
Go on,
was
sorry.
that on the chair? Sorry.
Oh, the other side of a chair was a wallet.
Wallet.
So the wallet contains an identity card, which it does have a photo on it, and the photo is of a rather burly, very scarred and pitted-faced man going by the name of Bran McFadden. The moment this name is mentioned, those with Streetwise, particularly Vibers' character, get a note that pops up next to the identity card that lets you know that Bran McFadden is known as a local Irish mob boss.
One of your close associates, Commander.
I have no idea what you could possibly be referring to, but
Imagine
it
him
looks like
in the
a
green
potential
face.
competitor. Yes.
Now, it
It's
bears
a bit harsh
mention as
accu-
well.
yeah, a bit harsh accusing the Orions of being criminals.
It bears mention as well that the mirror with the message smudged onto
Meant
it
nothing.
is hanging slightly askew.
You say the mirror is slightly
The
askew.
mirror is slightly askew, or appears to be slightly askew.
Is there anything
Question.
behind it?
You can look, and when you
would
look, you find a safe door built into the wall.
So this seems like forced entry.
Signs of a struggle.
Signs of a struggle suggest that it was not that he was not taken willingly, but at the same time, the fact that the screws were removed suggests that they actually deliberately broke in without triggering any kind of defences or security.
Was
Now-
that safe locked?
Sorry, what was that?
Is that safe locked?
At the moment, yes, but anybody with locksmith who goes near the safe will get a couple of little skill pop-ups coming up next to
Are
it.
Are there any?
Can
Are
I
there
try
fingerprints near the safe?
Hang on. Mike, say that again?
Are there fingerprints near the safe?
Don't appear to be any little illuminated bits that suggest fingerprints. No.
Okay.
Alex, what was your point?
Can I try a combination?
You can try a combination if you want, yeah.
Starting from the right, 16.
Mhm.
Going to the left, 13. Going
Okay.
to the right, 2. Put me back. And then to the left, 20.
Nothing happens. Those with locksmith,
Put-
however, will notice that there is a key slot, as well as the combination, lock. So it seems that a very specific key, as well as the combination, is needed.
I was
Okay.
trying the obvious, like the
Anyone
number
got a
to
hairpin?
letter to number kind of code, but with the first letter of each of the put me back together. Because if I remember correctly, safes from that kind of era were usually 4 numbers put together, so it'd be left, right, or right, left.
Can we
Now.
hypnotize the safe?
Funnily enough, no. But
Oh, you're feeling open, very open.
after a quick look, those of you with let's.
We haven't checked the lamp yet.
Yes, we have.
It said
Yes,
that
you have.
there was a struggle.
Oh, right, sorry.
Looking around, those of you with appropriate type of... actually, that's a good point. Those of you with actual points in conceal, if there are any of you with it. Yes. Those of you with points in conceal, so mostly Nova, will, as you're walking around, notice that when you walk past the coat stand near the door, one of the pockets actually illuminates on the coat. When you go over to
Whoever
look at
designed-
the... Sorry, go on.
Whoever designed this game put it in easy mode, didn't it? Here's all the clues for you.
Well, yes. That's how it's designed. You do pick up all the clues. So, moving over to the coat and having a look in the pocket that's illuminating, somebody like Nova, who's got pretty good conceal, will find an oddly jeweled key and a banknote. Anybody with accounting...
I have accounting.
I have a counting.
Cool. Anyone with accounting will notice that the banknote is glowing for you.
I'll take a look at the banknote.
When you look at the banknote, the serial number on the banknote is glowing, and a little pop-up comes up to say that this is not a usual serial number that you expect to find on a banknote.
What is this banknote serial number?
Pick 4 random numbers out of the air, and that'll be the combination to the safe.
Well, yes. Well, you said 4 random numbers. I'm going to
8687.
100. Yeah,
There you go.
I'm going to 128 because the safe has only got 100 digits in it.
Well, there you go then. It's one of those. So as soon as you put the key in, the number 102 turns up on the dial. There you go. You didn't notice it before, but this one actually has 102 on the dial. So, you have a key and you have potentially the combination. Using...
the fact that
Go on.
so with the actual mirror, the mirror has moved, suggesting that. Does it look like it's been moved to reveal the safe, or it was quickly moved back to hide the safe? That's really difficult to tell.
You can probably reckon that it was moved back quickly to conceal the safe.
Okay, same.
So now that you have the
Mr.
key and the
Semple.
combination, I take it you're going to try it and open the safe? I'm going to take the silence as a yes. Using the key and the combination, anybody with the locksmith will easily be able to work it out that it goes in this way, and you operate the combination thing, and yes, it opens up, and there is a book as well as a note in the safe. The book is a thick very old leather-bound tome with a star symbol on it that mirrors the star symbol on the, well, mirror. Anybody with occult skill will be able to tell you that this tome is known as De Astris and was penned by the alchemist Perenelle Flamel. The note,
I know
however,
that name.
Is written in English and can be read by anybody. It has a short scroll paragraph, but it also has a series of numbers on them. Anybody with geology
Yay!
and outdoorsman
Oh,
Yep.
will recognize coordinates when they see it. There are 4 coordinates. The message, however, on the letter reads, "I can't conscience being part of what they're planning and they know it. So I took something from them. Something key to stopping what they intend. If they take me, know that I have hidden important pages from the book in 4 different locations." So,
Are these
go on.
coordinates local to that
Yes.
area, or are they? Okay.
Yes, indeed. And if Caval conveniently finds a map, which just happens to be in his pocket, and can spread it out on the table, and when he does, the 4 coordinates pop up and hover above certain points on the map. Looking at the map, you have 4 different buildings, and they can be identified as one being a library, another being a museum, third being a science exhibit, and the other being an art exhibit.
how far away are these? Do we know?
They look like they should be within walking distance, but again, according to what excuse me, Lieutenant Stephens said, you won't have to actually traverse the distance, so...
Yay!
Indeed, anybody going back to the door that you, quote, end quote, came through, will find that, whereas before, those of you who went and looked at the lock, the little pop-ups displaying which other locations were available for you to go, the only location available to you was either Sir Madron's Manor or the abandoned church. There are now extra locations filled in. So you have Sir Madron's Manor, the abandoned church, library, museum, science exhibit, art exhibit.
I'll go to the science exhibit.
Well, you've put in 1 vote for the science exhibit, but it's hovering, waiting for other people to vote on where to go.
Before we go investigating further, I would like to see the church first.
Very well.
To see whether there are similar signs of a struggle there, which suggests that Io and Madron was not the only one that was trying to stop something going on, or whether whether he was brought to that location after being taken from here.
Okay, so what's the vote then, folks?
Church.
Matt just
Church.
saying that Bertram was checking out the bathroom and the kitchen in case there was a convenient medical kit.
Yeah, you do find a couple of painkillers, that kind of thing.
I mark them in my equipment.
Okay. Just like with Ori, Bertram does have preparedness. So equally, if Bertram accesses his character sheet by double tapping his hand, when he clicks on preparedness, it will ask the same question: do you wish a piece of equipment to have been prepared?
Yep. Cool.
All right then. So, what are the votes? It seems that people are swaying towards the church.
2 votes church.
3
3.
church.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Well, that's the majority.
All right then. church. Okie dokes. So, let's start you off with that then. So, you're all in a bit of a cluster, but if I could just change the ambience and switch you over to the church. So once again, all that happens is that you move up to the button, you put your votes in. Pretty much everyone now has voted the church, and then the hologram scene changes. You find yourself in a relatively small church. There are pews, of course, for folks to sit down on, but it looks like there wasn't actually any kind of pulpit, suggesting that maybe whoever was delivering the sermon would maybe walk about in the center. So as you're having a look around, anybody with evidence collection will suddenly find that a table with a load of paper pamphlets is being illuminated.
Okay.
Those with forensics will find that the pews themselves are illuminated. Those with... Let me see. Those with languages, as you come past a wall, you will find the wall has been graffitied on, and that appears to be mostly old text. And this text is illuminated for you to bring it to your attention. So, flyers, pews, graffiti. What you want to do first?
The starting order.
Okay. Those of you with evidence collection go up to the flyers, and you find they are flyers for the Church of Our Lord in Orpiment. And these are the kind of church flyers that apparently you would see pretty much anywhere at this point in time. But the interesting thing about them is that some of these flyers have different addresses on them, suggesting, which comes up as a hint, if you want to use it, suggesting the church has moved numerous times in the past.
Like how often?
We want some sort of... what were the choices for the locations before?
London,
Science,
Manchester, Greyhenge. Sorry, what were you asking? Sorry.
Oh, alright. I thought that I was going to try and head it off before he hit the hint. I was going to say what the locations for. I was hoping one of them was some sort of government record building or where we could look it up. But never mind, you just said it.
So, examination of the pews. Those with forensics will find that the little data screeds say that there's evidence that people were using the pews, but less use than would be expected.
So, is there any evidence of how often the church was moving around?
You can dip into the file folder.
Okay.
That was given to you, and that will offer you the expenditure of one of its 2 points in order to access that information.
Well, I would ask the group whether they think they want to know that then.
I don't think that's going to be relevant.
Okay.
We know that it's moved around a lot. This is personally my thought on it, is that, yeah, I say we don't know, we know that it's moving a lot. It may help to say, well, you said it was Manchester, Liverpool, and then here.
London
Correct.
first, then Manchester, then Greyhenge, yes.
Okay, so it's moving down in scale of city size, suggesting that it's now trying to acquire a location.
So, the one remaining for you is the graffiti, and it's in Latin, as it turns out. So those of you who have languages Latin, or languages general, can read what it actually says, and it comes out as translated for you. And it's odd. It seems to be a passage from some kind of play. So in quotes, indeed it's time, we all have laid aside the disguise but you, end quotes. And next to this text is a small painted depiction of a yellow mask. In fact, you know it's yellow because it is actually yellow. But anybody with art or art history can identify what the quote is from. So, does anybody here have art or art history?
Yes, art.
Art or art history?
What's it?
Yeah,
I
Nova's got it
art.
too.
Yeah, I don't have art history. I have history and art, but I don't suppose I can put them together.
Not really, no. Art and art history. Okay, and yeah, art and art history will help here. So those of you who've got it, as soon as somebody reads out the quote or identifies it, you will get a pop-up saying that this passage is from a banned play called The King in Yellow, Act 1, Scene 2. It also gives you a further hint if you want to use it.
Yes, but I have an idea that we go to the art building, potentially might be able to help us after this, to follow this one up. But yeah, click on the hint.
Click on the hint. It says, this is the scene where the character Casilda asks the character of the stranger to take off his mask. So, anybody with anybody with conceal, again in reasonably good numbers, you're noticing now that the mask, the painting of the mask underneath this Latin text is now glowing for you. Okay, yes, if you poke it, then you find that the brick that the mask is painted on yields very quickly, and you hear a click as you push it in. A section of the wall nearby slides inwards and then swings open, inviting you down a series of stairs. It seems there was a secret entrance. So, I take it folks want to go down?
I think we should.
The question becomes is whether that statement there is about the actual fact that the church has a mask on it, and this was not actually the main meeting room, or whether it's related to something.
Can you turn yourself up a bit, please, Webby? I can't hear a lot of what you're saying, sorry.
So the question is going to be is whether this is going to be whether the passage relates to the church itself, or whether there's something downstairs.
Either way, are we going down or not?
I'll go
Let's
down.
check it out.
Yeah, I think that.
Check it out.
Alright then. At which point, as soon as you get to the stairs and start going down, it asks you if you want to transition. It asks if you want to transition to beneath the church. And those accepting,
Okay.
Yes.
find yourselves moved to beneath the church. You find yourself in a room where there are wooden stairs coming down and a wide middle area, but as soon as Ori walks out into the middle there, a large banner seems to fall down from the ceiling and unfurls right in front of everybody.
Ooh.
At which point, I will ask everybody to give me a sanity check difficulty 4. So essentially what this means is, if you look at your character sheets, down the general skills, so the right-hand column, eventually you will get to sanity. You will notice the score that your character has, both the pool and the rating, a plus-minus button, and a dice with a +0 on it. You want to roll the dice button, press the dice button in order to roll for sanity. So, Vibers is successful, Bertram is not, Andrews is not, Ori is not, Edwards is not, Fazanan is, Nova is not. So, can you all go to your, those of you who have said you are not successful, go to your sanity pools and reduce them by 1, please. They are on the left-hand side of your character sheet when you open them. They should have a rating and you can just click on the one less than the one that's currently highlighted.
Can I scream now?
Yes, you can.
What a hideous piece of art.
The banner then just falls to the floor and lands in a crumpled heap. Now, whilst this happens, this sudden sanity point loss happened, everybody, regardless of whether or not they actually... I forgot to do this. So when the banner fell and that sanity test happened, everybody suddenly had the room went in and out of focus. Your balance upset itself a little bit. It was difficult to tell your equilibrium, which way it was going. Those of you who failed your sanity checks also get a sudden rising of your blood pressure as you feel a sudden rising wave of what could only be described as like panic or anxiety, extreme anxiety at the very least. So everyone at the very least suddenly wobbles on the spot. You get an actual physical reaction to this, and you have to either hold on to each other or reach out for a wall for support in order to keep yourself from falling over. At which point,
I'm gonna fall over.
at which point you get a little note. The computer's telling me that your life signs have just fluctuated a little bit. Is everybody okay in there?
No, we've seen something terrible.
Really? You might have experienced the sanity loss mechanic. It's supposed to be like almost like a visual kind of representation of your character's mental state becoming slightly bad, fluctuating a little bit. But I've got a couple of biosign readouts here that suggest that you guys lost equilibrium there for a moment or two.
I'm on the floor.
Okay, I'm really very sorry about that. I didn't expect the programmed in sanity loss response to be so over effective. I'm really sorry about that, folks. I didn't mean to make you feel sick or dizzy or anything like that. It was supposed to be a visual thing. Very, very sorry.
Where did you say you got this program?
Yeah, so it was based on a screenplay written by an unknown author, so, you know,
that doesn't
spooky.
explain where you got it. Yeah, that doesn't explain where you got it from, Lieutenant. And the second part of it is why is it now that the senior bridge crew are testing this out first?
Because... because you're my sister, sir? And I wanted to do something nice for you?
Then if there is an unforeseen glitch or element to this program, and it is having anomalous effects on the crew's life signs beyond which was predicted, I would recommend that we terminate the program, get us checked out, and not have it run until it's more thoroughly checked. So it wouldn't be the first time that a holodeck glitch has caused potentially harmful issues.
It'll be fine, Doctor. You're just overly worrying.
Okay, I want to run a quick diagnostic on the sanity loss mechanic so I can disable it. As soon as that's done, I will look to disable the program, and you can we'll get you out. Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, once it's shut down, it'll be harder to find that mechanic. It was just used, so I can try and find the procedure that's to do with the code for generating the sanity mechanic. So while it's active, I have a better chance of finding it. I'm really, really sorry. I'll be with you in just a few moments. So this kind of leaves the rest of you guys to potter about and look about the place.
So, going forward, shall we be more careful in entering into locations, Lieutenant?
That sounds reasonable. As I pull myself.
For the diagnostic, it might be a good idea if we stop moving in case we trigger something else that might overwrite or push back the data the lieutenant's currently looking at.
Well, either way, there are things in the environment that you did notice when you came into it, before the whole thing with the the banner that fell down. Either way, though, there are a number of robes on hangers next to the stairs that some of you guys are currently stood next to. They are glowing a little bit. There appear to be murals on the walls in the middle area, and these murals are themselves highlighted. And finally, there are little tables here and there with powders or other kind of granules scattered about that anybody with pharmacy has illuminated as clues.
Pharmacy?
Pharmacy.
What about chemistry?
That'll do too.
Okay.
But you will have to, basically move away from the stairs in order to have a look at them whilst you're waiting.
Oh, well, we can't move.
So, let's look at the close. Let's look at the close bits first.
The close ones are fine. So you've got like the robes and the murals and the kind of like the little tables over here. So the robes are illuminating, and anybody with occult or theology gets a pop-up prompt. Which suggests that the robes are what the cultists wore when they entered this ritual space. The robes are sleeved and have hoods, and they appear to be coloured predominantly yellow. The murals on the walls illuminate for anybody with occult as a skill. So I'm guessing mostly Nova. Yeah, puts on a robe. Well, yeah, now you have a robe.
With
Don't
the
you look
actual,
spiffy?
Banner that dropped itself. Is there any kind of trigger mechanism for it?
No, it just seemed to be a banner that's supposed to be unfurled via a like a rope pulley kind of thing attached to the wall, but it looks like the rope holding it up broke, and the weight of it then brought the whole thing down. So it looks like it hasn't seen much TLC. It hasn't had much TLC in a long time, so dilapidation seems to have been the cause there. Either way, though, the murals on the walls show a dark city on the shores of a darker lake with 2 moons in the sky. One of those moons is setting behind the lake, but in front of the city. Anybody with occult identifies this as a representation of the city of Carcosa, across from the lake known as Harley. And finally, those with pharmacy or chemistry will go up to these tables with powdered substances on. And you'll get little prompt pop-ups that will... Oh, who did we lose?
Sean. No, not Sean.
Mike. Oh, no, Mike's there. Davis gone? No. Oh, it's Gareth.
So I reset for a sec because I was getting a lot of interference on the line there.
Okay, cool. So those of you with pharmacy or chemistry will identify the powders as LSD and psilocybin, which are all powders used for creating altered states of consciousness. Can I get everybody to give me sense trouble rolls?
Huh.
Oopsie-daisy. So,
Everything's
Viber's
fine.
not so much, but Bertram, yes. Andrew's not so much, but Ori, yes. Edward's not so much. Thazanan, not so much. Nova, not so much. Okay, so those that I said yes can hear the sound of the floorboards above you creaking and the sound of people walking in the space in the church above. And they are coming down the stairs.
Okay.
Hi.
Where's the others? Hide. We have people coming in.
So,
You have time to hide, or have they already?
massively built males stride down the stairs, and one of which looks very familiar. In fact, it's the face from the picture in the wallet that you picked up. The others are ruffians, just wearing shirt sleeves and braces, and are filing into the room and are fanning out in order to try and surround you all by the looks of it.
They are tied to dash away and hide anywhere.
Sure, if you give me stealth. Unfortunately not, but Ori does manage to dash away and hide somewhere. So, yeah, maybe stick him somewhere up here.
Okay.
But before
Come on,
Bertram can manage to get away, one of the thugs kind of interposes himself in the way of where he saw Bertram going. These guys are all very broad and very, very tall, actually. Their arms are really thickly muscled, as well as their necks. They look very much more like slabs of muscle than they do actual people. They've got very thick, square heads and jaws. They're so scarred and muscular, and each of them is carrying what looks like a billy club of some sort in their hands. The leader just kind of levels one in your general direction, and as one, they all charge, which means that I'm going to throw us into initiative. But Ori will get to act first. Now, it should already have rolled for everybody well ahead of time, so that's that taken care of, but I need to change the ambience in more than one place. Action. So, let's begin this. Did I not add Ori? Oh, there it goes. I did it itself.
Battle has begun.
Oh well,
So-
that even the initiative turn couldn't see him.
Exactly. He hid well.
Fight.
Actually, nothing's happening. Where's nothing happening? I can't
Am I
begin
supposed to do
combat.
something?
Let me undo that and try it all again. Let me take everybody out. It hasn't. It's not obeying my commands. I'm getting something going wrong here.
Well, that tracks with Cthulhu.
Why isn't it working?
Did you disable the safety protocols again?
Yes.
I am going to... No, there we are. Does not... What? Undefined ID does not exist in embedded collection. Meaning what? Right, now it's now it's empty. Okay, cool. Let's try this again. So I will add everybody myself. It's rolled. Right. Andrews, were you the first? Yes, you were. So before Andrews starts, I'm going to let Ori start things off. Does Ori want to do anything particular?
I think he's gonna keep hiding, and he's going, thanks to weapons, he's going to remove the whip from his hip that he prepared and hold it in his hand and prepare to snap the crap out of somebody if he needs to.
All right. Interesting. I didn't see that coming. So, weapons. Let
I
me
was
give
saying,
you
would
a
the
weapon.
archaeologist be better with the whip?
Well, he thought he's got preparedness, so obviously.
I know,
Right,
I mean, I'm joking.
That's psychoanalysis.
Let me give you... Right, so I've got firearm, no, fist kick.
I'm the archaeologist now, Dave.
Ooh.
Yes. Yes.
Let's go with... What does that give me? That didn't give me anything. If I edit that and delete it, that's better. That's how we do it. Okay. Let me give you something a little bit more applicable. There we go. You do find like a club or a baton in your briefcase or whatever it was you were carrying around. You never know when these things might be handy. So, finding that, Ori wants to remain hidden for the moment.
Yep, and prepared to weaponize somebody.
Why has this now gone back to begin combat? God damn it.
Battle has begun.
Alright, now we've gone back to this. Okay, cool. So, Andrews. If you want to... It looks like these guys are up for a fight. If you want to fight... Crack a knuckles, okay,
Yeah, she's
yep.
just going to crack her knuckles. He wants to... Big boy doesn't want to get into the fighting in his own. Wow, he left himself pretty open.
So, in order to do this, I am going to direct your attention to the equipment tab of your character sheet, and you will notice that you've got fist and kick. The plus button that is there, it will draw points from your scuffling pool, but like I said, those pools are finite, so it's up to you. But for each point that you draw from your scuffling pool, will give you a +1 to the hit and damage. Your scuffling pool is size 8, because that's your rating in it. So, whether or not you want to use a point from your scuffling pool in order to actually do a scuffling check, you press the button with the dice to make a test.
So the damage where it says -2, that means I'm not going to actually do any damage.
Well, we'll see how we do when we get there, right? So that's a roll of a 5, which is a definite hit, and you do a point of damage. So the Andrews cracks her knuckles, moves up, and with the practiced fighting stance, she swings and hits the guy squarely on the chin, and he does bleed. What Andrews notices is when she swings her... Now, let me preface this. You guys have done combat simulations in the holodeck before. You know what it's like to fight a hologram. So whenever you fight a hologram, there's some feedback when you do fight against something, but with the safeties on, you just get some, like, impact feedback, but not so much that it's painful. This is not the case. You feel the impact up your arm when it hits, and it's like, wait a minute, that's not right. Nevertheless, the guy spits blood from his split lip, and you've moved and you've acted, so let's move on. Edwards.
Can I suggest as a free action someone says, shall we tell the computer to freeze program, because I think Commander Viber's and, well, Dr. Bertram's analysis may have actually fired.
Yeah, sure, so somebody can say freeze program. Who wants to say freeze program?
Freeze program?
Nothing happens.
Exactly, that's why I didn't say anything.
See? I told you that we were about to hit Starfleet to regularly schedule the disastrous holodeck. I mean, it's one every few weeks.
I've got no idea what you could be referring to. It's perfectly safe.
And Edwards, what do you want to do?
Yes. Thinking.
Your options aren't many. Run away, hide, or fight.
Preparedness, you were carrying a gun, shoot him.
I was thinking of flattery, actually, but I was like... Is this initial observation, these guys don't look really like cultists. These guys are known gangsters.
Yes.
I can imagine there may be certain... I can imagine there'd be certain potential territorial issues if a cult moved in on gang territory. It's all the whole... We're not the cultists. We're not the cultists. We're just investigating... We're just looking for someone.
Yeah, good cop, psycho cop.
We're investigating. We've been hired as investigators to find someone.
Right.
Okay.
As an aside, I would point out that we found his wallet in the place where...
Yes. This is what I'm saying. It's treating it more of a gang territorial issue rather than these guys are cultists.
All right. So
Edwards is...
I personally think that they're on the pay grade of the cult because they've been asked to retrieve something that someone took.
True, actually. Yeah, it is actually an idea.
Or it sounds like Jenkins in a rubber mask.
Yeah. Oh, Jenkins!
So what would Edwards? Edwards still want to try flattery?
Well, no, it's your choice, Alex. No, it's your choice, Alex. You can do what you want.
I'll hold on to it in case if we end up getting into a spot. But no, I'll try and defend myself. I really don't know what I used to do this. It's scuffling, did you say?
No, if you go to equipment, you should find fist kick and use that instead.
We're all -2 damage.
Pretty much.
Oh, we're all weak.
Because it's just fists. 6 is a definite hit, doing 1 damage. Very good. So, Edwards, again, you've had mandatory security training, so you know what it's like to punch a hologram. And when you make contact with this guy, you feel the shock, and your fist actually hurts from making contact with this guy. It's pretty much a case of BAM! Whoa! Jeez! You know, did not expect that. Nova. Nova at this point is damning the fact that she's wearing skirts and a cultist's robe, but she can still try stuff as normal.
I guess just full on bounce at this guy trying to bash him into the wall.
Cool beans. So once again, go to the equipment section of your character sheet and use Fist Kick. Again, you have the option of using points from your scuffling pool if you want to add 1 to the hit and damage, or you can save them for later if you feel you need to. Entirely up to you. Ooh, we're rolling nice there. 0, but that means at least 1 damage, so we'll take that off. Yep, so again, Nova, you know what it's like to hit a real person and what it's like to hit a hologram. This feels like you just hit a very muscled real person. Boom. But you moved, you acted. Very good. Fazanan. Right.
Fazanan is not going to hold back. Fazanan will attack closest thug.
Yep.
And I think it's time that somebody spent something from the pool.
Go for it.
So I just click the plus and then
plus. Yes, you do. You click the plus, then it should change the +0 on the dice button to something else, depending on how many times you press plus.
And it does go down because my scuffling went down.
Yep. So you won't give him health back. So that was a hit, and you definitely do 1.
Fazanan hits him so weakly he gains health back.
But yeah, Caval, you've fought guys before, and you have really, really practiced. So when you chin this guy, you feel the impact. But there's a case of, wait a minute, I've hit guys as big as this before and taken them down. You swear you feel slightly weaker than you should be? Or you certainly didn't hit as hard as you know you can.
Simulation is faulty.
So does Fazanan want to move, or is he alright where he is?
This magic healing
I think Caval will stay there because he's protecting the doctor.
Speaking of, it's Bertram's turn.
Did you say that there were chemicals in like the centre of the room?
Yes, I did, but there's also something I should really bring up here, which is very, very important. You have first aid as a skill, as does one other person, I think Nova? Yes. No, actually it's not Nova, it's Edwards. Does Edwards have first aid? Edwards does have points in first aid. Right. You two can spend points. You two can spend points from your first aid pool to recover hit points on a 1 point for 2 hit points basis.
Yep.
So if someone takes hit point damage, anybody with first aid can spend a point from their pool to use their turn to recover 2 points to an injured character.
Could we just use
off on that at the moment? Hold off on the moment. I don't want to overshadow Fazanan's amazing healing fists.
What was that, Mike?
Could we just use the LSD to think we feel better?
Well, what I was thinking of was was it LSD and another chemical?
Psilocybin, yes. Yeah.
Are they both basically hallucinogens?
Yeah,
yes.
They're both hallucinogens.
I was thinking of getting there and gathering some of them to basically, if some of the folks start getting the upper hand, basically trying to hit them with it to mess their heads up.
Yeah, sure. So you can move to I think the tables over here were the ones containing the compounds. So you can certainly move over there and grab a handful ready.
Yep.
You
problem.
are next.
Alright, right.
Turn.
You sneakily sneaked away, and you got a club. You could move and try and thwack this guy when he least expects it.
That's what I'd like to do.
Alright then, I will give you a bonus to this because you managed to sneak away without being seen.
And I don't yell, I just sneak up on him and smack him.
So once again, go to the equipment tab of your character sheet, go to heavy club this time, and press the button with the dice on it. In order to use weapons. 6! Really good. 1 actually makes that a 2 because of your surprise attack. So you actually knock him out. So when Ori thunks down on the top of the thug's head with the club, the thug falls to the ground, and as you watch, he kind of dissolves into what looks like some kind of thin sludge, but then that itself then disappears into mist, and he just kind of vanishes.
Science!
I just hit him with his own finisher, the love tap.
So that was Ori. Yes,
It's
using
your
the side.
turn.
Right.
What? That happened right in front of Edward's face.
Right, so big dude in front of Andrews moves to get a better angle, is going to use his club, but is going to use point from his weapons pool. Gets a 5, gets a 2, so Andrews takes 2 health damage, please. And this hurt. She actually feels herself getting hit. Something definitely gets bruised. Andrews feels the pain of the actual impact.
2 health.
2 health, yes please.
It's your turn.
Next up, Thug on Thazanan is going to use his heavy club and is also going to use a point from his weapons pool. Rolls poorly, only gets a 2, which is underneath Thazanan's hit threshold, so he misses.
It's your turn.
Thug on Nova is going to use heavy club using a point from weapons and also rolls poorly, getting a 3. But the fact that Nova is wearing a dress impedes her movement more than a little bit, and she does actually take 5 points of health damage.
What?
No.
Wow.
That was so the guy swings in and tracks the club right across Nova's midriff, and Nova actually feels something maybe break a little bit, or
But
at least
doesn't
was
the robe
close to
help?
breaking. What was that, sorry?
Does the robe help her at all?
Sadly, no. It's just a robe.
Well,
It
crap.
has no armor benefit.
It is your
Crap.
turn.
Robe.
This guy is free and clear, so he is going to move up on
Yes,
Vibers.
Cloth armor adds +0 to your defense.
Yes. Yes.
3,
Yes,
I
like
think,
medic armor.
should. Yeah, Vibers definitely takes that, and Vibers takes 6 points of health damage, and that really hurts too. These guys are hitting and hitting hard, and you actually feel something move inside you when you get hit. Cough up a little blood, maybe. It's Vibers' turn. Oh, something I forgot to mention before you go on. Sorry, Davis, hold on to that. When the thug was dropped by Ori, one thing was left behind, and that was the club that he was fighting with. So he dropped his weapon. So, Davis, go on. What were you going to
Try
say?
and punch him in the nose.
Punch him in the nose. So, again, equipment, fist kick. 6 is a really good hit. 3 is a really good roll and does 1 point of damage. Cool beans. So, yeah, you punch him, your fist hurts from punching him. You draw blood, but nothing much else. Back around, round 2, Andrews.
I think I've got to carry on with Bran McFadden.
Four is still a good roll. 5 is an even better roll for damage as you hit him for 3, which incapacitates him.
Yeah! You just see Andrews just drop down and punch low.
Yep. Does the Mike Tyson. Ducks down, punches low, brings a fist in, takes out McFadden, and McFadden similarly turns into a pool of nothingness and leaves behind a club.
Take the club, it's better than your fist.
Yeah, can I pick up the club as my
Yep.
second action?
Yep, indeed. So let me bring up his character sheet and let me pull the club over to you. There you go. So that's Andrews. Edwards. Well, Orai's already got a club, so you could always arm yourself with the club from the guy who dropped it.
Yeah, I'll say pick up the club, then just and tap this guy.
Alright, there you go. There's a club. So rather than using fist kick, you can now use club. That was much better, doing 4 points of damage. You come up behind him, block him over the head, and he falls to the floor. Again, puddle of goo that evaporates into nothingness, and then there's a club remaining behind. Nicely done. Nova!
Go for a kick, please.
Five, really good to hit roll. 3 should be alright. That's a 1, so again. Does damage. He's on the ropes, as it were, but he's still conscious, if such a thing applies to a hologram. Does Nova want to move, or is she okay where she is?
No, she's fine then.
Okay. Vazanan.
Well, Vesnan is gonna attack the guy the guy in front of him again. I don't think I'm gonna spin for my pool this time.
Okay.
So it's a fist. Duck and weave.
Ooh, never mind. That was a wild swing and a miss. Does he want to move anywhere, or is he right where he is?
The doctor seems to be safe, so I think Vesnan will just step back a little bit.
Okay. Who's next? Bertram himself. Right. Got a choice. You can either try and heal Vipers, or heal Nova, or blow psychotropics in the face of the thug that's hitting Nova. Or in the front of the one, in the face of the one that was Thazanan.
Given that there's sort of like we've got numbers badge now, and also seen that Vipers looks hideously hurt, I'm going to go over and see if I can check up Vipers to make sure he hasn't got like a skull fracture or something.
Okay, so basically, like I said, every point you spend from your first aid pool heals 2 points of health from Vipers. So Vipers is short 6 to go to his full. You don't have to spend all the points, but that's your choice.
Okie dokie. Yeah. I'll spend 3 points to recover him 6.
Okay. Davis, recover 6 hit points, and you know where you're going with the first deducting your first aid pool? Yes, you do. Alrighty.
There you go.
3 points spent. That's Dr.
Make
Bertram.
ready. Your turn
Alright.
comes.
Right, there are 2 guys still remaining. It looks like Nova could do with some help, since she's looking like she's in a bad way. You've already got a club, so you can go over and help, or you can try and hide again. I don't know. What do you want to do?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, it's your turn, Mike.
Oh, sorry. I will go bash the person in the head next to
Nice.
her if I can.
Cool. So just move your token over and, yep, swing that club.
Science.
Think of it less as bashing someone's head in and more as saying hello in Irish. In this case.
That's still a hit. That's a weapons ability test you must have made. Go to your equipment tab and go heavy club.
My bad.
That's cool. We'll keep your roll. We'll see what the... as it turns out, the roll was the same. Oh no, 1 short. But that was 4 damage. Wow. Orai's a beast with this club.
It's science.
Yes, the science of where to hit a guy on the head to render him down. So that guy's down, leaving a club.
Does 2 hit with a club?
Well, I went with his 3 because he'd already rolled it. So I
Okay.
accidentally used the wrong thing to do it, so I kept the previous roll. So there is now a spear club down where this guy fell, but that was Orai's. Yep, that was Orai's quite
It is your
cataclysmically
turn.
good shot. Right. He's going to move here and is going to go keep after Vazanan. He's got no points left in his weapons pool, so it's going to be all down to whether he can hit. He can. He does all of 1 damage to Thazanan. It's a glancing shot, but one that definitely has a bit of a sting to it. Vibers. Vibers can pick up a club.
Grabbing a club sounds like a really good plan, because my hands hurt.
Mm-hmm. So you've used an action to pick up a club. You can not do much else besides, but you can maybe move in and cover somebody. Move up here, maybe cover Nova.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Andrews. Right, so 1 guy left. That was a 2, so that was a miss, I am afraid. I think. Yes. So that was a move. Edwards.
Actually going to no. Oh, wrong person.
Forces are controlling me.
So, going to Nova to use first aid.
How many points from your pool?
So let's just use 1 point, isn't it?
If you wanna use 1 point from your pool of first aid, you give Nova 2 hit points back.
So don't roll a dice, you just knock off.
No, you don't roll a
1.
dice. You spend from your pool.
So spend 1. Simple spend.
Okay, Sean, Nova has got 2 points back to her health. You've already done it. Cool. All right, that's what Edwards is doing. Nova's turn. This guy dropped the club, but Nova can pick up if she wants to use it.
No, it's not really her weapon.
All right.
Try and trip him, I think.
Okay, so that's going to be scuffling, but not using fist, not using the equipment bit, using the actual scuffling skill now to try and trip him. That was a really good trip. He's down on the floor. Whee! This will make hitting him easier. Nicely done, Nova. Does Nova want to move, or is she alright where she is?
I guess she'll go out the crowd.
Right then. Thazanan.
Elbow drop.
All you hear is, if you smell what Kavau is cooking.
That's going to be fist kick
Daniel.
again, unless you want to use the heavy club. And you don't have a heavy club.
I was going for his finisher, the drive-by.
Sounds like math.
How does the
thought it
benefit
was the
from
cut.
being prone works?
I thought the Fischer
I
would be the
will-
Carpathian Scratcher.
Shush. I will lower the hit threshold needed for you to actually hit him.
Alright.
Which apparently you didn't need to, so there we go. But damage is key, and you do 1 damage. Looks like he's on the ropes, but he's not quite out of it yet. Does Cabal want to move anywhere? Is he right where he is?
It's fine then.
You can move over to here to try and claim the club if you want it.
Ooh, yes, club.
So you won't be able to pick it up, but I may as well give it to you now, just because you're already there. Nobody
He's
else
up
is
for
going to go
clubbing.
for it.
Sweet.
You are now in Daklub. So that gives us Bertram's turn. Nova's still injured, but
Yeah, apologies to the crew. How badly injured is Nova?
well, she's on what is it?
Missing 3, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay, I'll spend 1 point to
Give you 2 back.
kill 2 of those.
Nice. Bertram actually Bertram did move.
You are next.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you've had
All right.
massive success with that club so far, so
Let's bring it on. Alright, so I use the heavy club, not the weapons.
cool. Yes, indeed. Yep, another great hit, doing maximum damage. Oh yeah, he's down. Okay. So there's still a spare club going. Who wants one that doesn't have one? Let's see. Andrews has got one now, doesn't she? Yes. So the only ones who don't have them are Nova and Bertram, I think?
Come to the club.
Does Nova want it?
Nova doesn't, apparently.
No.
Fine, I'll take one.
Cool. You never know when percussive maintenance might work on an actual human body.
I'm slightly worried about how good Ori is with a club.
I know,
Jacob's
right?
Club, it's all...
Well, you know that Ushan Torr? It's not that sharp.
We're talking about Ori, not Thazanan here.
Oh dear.
You know, your chief of
Beg
science.
your pardon.
The first rule of Delton Fighting Club: we don't talk about Delton Fighting.
Right, apparently not. Right, so your assailants have gone, and some of you are injured. At which point, another comm signal comes through.
Oh my god, the computer's registering actual health problems. Is everybody alright?
Nope.
Oh my god, sirs,
no
I am
Bravo.
so sorry.
Tell Bravo, full reset, he needs to get on this.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I will deactivate that. Yes, Doctor, sorry.
Yeah, you might be an idea if this goes any more south and we can't get a resettle shut down as has happened before, if you're looking to getting us transported out.
Yes, of course. I'll do that right now. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to shut down the program. Computer, shut down the program. Unable to comply. What do you mean, unable to comply? Shut down the program. I'll do it myself. Unable to comply. Jeez. I'm so sorry. It's not shutting down. Wait. Computer? Which program is running in the holodeck? There is no program running in the holodeck. What? Okay. Where's my engineering kit? I'll get you out of there now, guys. I'll do the manual override. Hang on. Just have to force the doors open. Okay. Alright, manual override. Everybody hang tight, I'll be right with you. Okay. Oh, this is stiff.
I have a horrible feeling that we're not actually in the holodeck anymore, by the way, everyone.
Alright, the doors are open enough, I just need to push them open. Okay, hang tight, I'll be right with you in just... Okay, I'm in. What the hell? Okay. Hold on 1 second. Stevens to the bridge?
Matt doesn't want to keep switching between the over-the-comms voice changer and Lieutenant Keshen's voice thing, so I'm gonna just... It's Lieutenant Keshen, but I'm not doing his voice modulator to represent his face mask.
I'm just hearing a cop out here.
I'm hearing the King of Yellow has stolen Keshen's voice modulator.
Lieutenant Keshen here, Lieutenant Stephens, how can I be of assistance? Can I get you to trace where the comm signals for Captain Andrews, Commander Vibers, and the rest of the senior bridge crew are right now, please? Of course, Lieutenant. 1 moment, please. The computer registers their comm badges as coming from the holodeck. Do you want me to contact them for you? No, thank you. Stevens to Lechude. Yeah, this is Lechude. What can I do for you, Lieutenant? Lieutenant, I need you to get a lock on Captain Andrews, Commander Vibers, and the senior bridge crew's comm badges, please, and beam them straight to the bridge. Yep, sure, okay, no problem. Okay, yep, there's their comm badges. One moment then, I will energize now. What do you mean, lost? They're right there. Alright, I'll try this again. Put more power to the focusing and initiating transport now. What do you mean, unable to comply? What the hell's going on? Practice. Okay, okay. Captain?
Carry on working on a solution, Lieutenant. We will do what we can from the inside and see if we can resolve it from our side.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you, Commander Vibus should know, I'm gonna need you to look for an access panel. You should find it in the walls somewhere. They'll usually be hidden in like, it'll look like a chest of drawers or a removable venting. It'll be something that'll blend into the environment, but, it'll be something that should have the holodeck controls panel behind it.
Needless to say, no matter how much you search, you cannot find any such panel. You'll find removable venting, but you'll find just the vent behind it. And you'll open cupboards and find no holodeck controls.
Okay, shit, this is not good. Captain, I'm standing in the holodeck right now, and there's nobody here. I don't know what to do.
Run a level 5 computer diagnostic and we'll try and work out the solution from the inside, Lieutenant.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Vibus to Latude, Vibus to Bravo.
Latude here. Bravo here too.
Right, I need you two to work together. I want you to search for transporter patterns in the holodeck buffers.
Okay.
I want to
Look
know
at
if
that now.
we've been pulled into the buffers and the memory.
Latude, you got this? Yeah,
Nothing.
scanning. Well, there's patterns in the buffer from the last lot. Well, they're not patterns in the buffer, but there's a record log of folks who came through when they boarded the ship ready to get underway, but no one's used the transporter since.
I'd not saying they'd use the transporter. Check the actual holodeck to see if you can see life signs in the memory.
I'm reading only one life sign in the holodeck at the moment. That's coming back as Lieutenant Stephens.
Yes, that's the problem.
I'll tell you what, Chief. This is Bravo, by the way. This is Bravo. I'll look to route power away from the holodeck a second. Stand by. That's odd. It's not responding.
Lieutenant Bravo, I'm still linked to the ship via my implants. Perhaps that can be a trace route back.
Alright, got you. Working on that now. Stand by. Okay. Lieutenant Keshen, I'm gonna need some of your assistance here. Can you patch me through to the signal coming from Commander Thazanan and Captain Andrews' implants, please? Thank you. Okay. Sensors are saying you're nowhere. What? There's a signal. We know there's a signal. You have a signal. I'm talking to you right now. But as soon as I try and trace it, the computer just loses it.
I wonder if we can still raise shields with a mental command.
Oh, try. I might be able to trace it.
Shields up.
Okay, tracing. Ship's shields are still down. Nothing. Okay, I'm going to take a team and I'm going to get to the holodeck and see if I can't pull the damn thing apart. In the meantime, Latude, keep scanning for their for their patterns or something. Use their comm badges if you can. Or, yeah, what do you think I've been doing? But fine. In the meantime, I'll try and get someone to scan the local area for any anomalies that might be causing interference and see if we can maybe trace you that way. Chief? And Captain, this is gonna sound weird, but if we can't shut down the program, then as crazy as it may sound, maybe the most expedient means of shutting down the program from your end would be to try and complete the program as fast as possible.
Some cheat codes would help.
Some cheat. Up, down, left, right, A, B.
Stephens.
Stephens, any chance you can get us a couple of Tommy guns and a set of picklocks?
Okay, let's try.
Tommy guns.
And it might be worthwhile speaking to who you acquired this program from.
Well, I got it on my last visit to Deep Space Nine.
I knew it.
Is it certain Ferengi that owns a bar there?
I paid Platinum for it. He swore to me it was legit.
Was it certain Ferengi who owns a bar there?
It was a bar, and it was a Ferengi that I got it from, yes.
Did you spend points from your credit rating?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, you're referencing a thing in the... Right, okay. I hate to agree with Chief Bravo, but the program, as far as I read the synopsis, was just that your characters are investigators looking for the missing son. If you find the missing son, you should then... You've accomplished the goal of the story.
Can you get information on the story, full readout? Basically, get how the story in theory ends, so that we can see if we can actually skip right to the end, go to where the son is, find him, get him out of there. If nothing else, it might facilitate getting us to the end quickly and potentially shutting it down that way.
It would also be useful if you can trace anybody who's actually ever finished this game or this story.
I don't know that, I'm afraid, Commander. I could try and track the people down to who've played it. In the meantime, I've been trying to access your in-program inventories, and the computer swears there's no program running. I can't access anything to do with the program.
Right, let's... Lieutenant Cashin, put in a priority 1 message to DS9 for Captain Cisco. I believe.
Okay. Acknowledged, sir.
To, or one of his senior staff to have a conversation with his barman.
So his chief of security.
And his chief of security, yes.
Very well, Captain. Is there any particular type of message you want me to send?
Hostile.
Yes, just to advise, just to request information relating to this program.
Very
and
well.
to acquire where it was created from, so that potentially where we can work out if there are any hostile subroutines attacking the main computer that we're unaware of, etc.
Very well.
That's also how this barman got hold of it. Why? How could it only be apparently gained through potentially dubious means?
Okay, meanwhile, whilst your crew are busy working on things behind the scenes, you guys... Well, the only things you've got to advance the story at the moment are the 4 locations to visit.
I did put in the thing that while that talk was going on, Bertrand was trying to see if he could find any remains of that substance that the thugs turned into.
Nope, completely vanished into nothing.
Well, you said one of the locations was an art building. Was it just like a gallery, or...?
Yes.
There are 4 locations where he has hidden some items.
So which ones? Sorry, what was that?
Are there any more highlighted things we could see in there, or no?
Not in here, no. It seems you have exhausted all the clues in this area.
Oh, sorry, wrong person. Does the what was it? Does the program show any additional information when we sort of like go over each of the locations?
This is
Like,
the
I'm
interesting thing. Now when you double tap your palm, nothing happens.
Huh.
Come on, boys, hard skill time.
Any
Wait
other
a sec,
questions?
Is
that's
the
as
way to get out? Oh, sorry. You first.
I was just about to say, I take that as a bit of an insult, Commander.
Very well timed musical sting there.
You're welcome.
All right. So,
So the question now becomes: is when looking at the staircase,
Yeah.
is
that's
it
my
a
thing.
portal or is it now a staircase?
well, it's still a staircase leading up, and when Edwards gets to the top, he finds he's looking at the secret door to the that you found. So it looks like
But we didn't. Yeah, we didn't teleport. You
it's
don't
not a scene
teleport to it.
transition anymore. No.
Ah, okay. So the question becomes now of which way do we go? I believe we're going to have to find these 4 pages of this book that he found. Unfortunately, our only leader potentially where he went, we've just beaten up and turned to goo. So I think we have to go and find where we're looking for, unfortunately.
Okay. So where would you like to aim for first? You have the library, the museum, the science exhibit, the art exhibit.
Library.
Yeah, go down in order, I think.
Okay. Everybody else all right with that?
You know what?
Yep.
Although
I'll
the
say-
museum may be a potential place for us to get additional weapons. If they have a collection of a gallery of medieval torture weapons, we could get broadswords or something like that, etc.
I was thinking more as the library, not to specifically get the page.
we
but
get
there's-
to try and find as much information as possible about this king in yellow and
Yes.
this cult. Well, this church. Sorry.
Okay. So, you travel up the stairs and you find yourself back in the abandoned church as you originally entered it. When you move up to the door, you don't get the prompt. In fact, you push open the doors and you find yourselves outside.
Oh.
Let me get some street ambience.
I see a car.
There's a street train.
So, yes, this is the vista that welcomes you. You see lampposts, you see streets, paved streets, cars and trams going past. The thing that strikes you most of all, however, is that you can hear people not far away from you, so there's sounds of occupancy. But whenever you look, you see that the voices are coming from indistinct shapes. They move kind of funny as well, almost as if they were like, if you think of the very, very old computer games when you had like almost like GIF characters in the background whose movement action was only a couple of frames.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just kind of moving along, not at a consistent pace with the, and I'll use the term animation of their movements suggest. And whenever you try and go up close to any figures you see on the street, they seem to get more and more hazy and indistinct the closer you get, until when you get there, they're not there at all. However,
Do you know, as a side note, is the actual image itself supposed to be odd?
in what way?
Well, obviously, I conduct and drive heritage trams, and that trolley pole is not connected to the correct wire.
This is
I
a
think
picture.
that's reading a bit
That's from
much.
it's from Adamstown in South Wales. I literally just googled it, so I was just like, that actually looks cool.
That's
That's
definitely
historical.
yeah, but that trolley pole looks so weird. It's on the wrong wire as well.
That's it is legit though.
The town might have wired them wrong.
It's definitely like a stage photo that someone's taken, because they're saying it's on the wrong wire.
Well, there you go.
Yeah,
Things
it's
you
just
didn't know until you brought on people who do know such things.
The thing is, I'm looking it up.
Yeah, it can still be a stage photo.
1930s.
Yes.
Wow,
Someone
they
was
had
taking a
double-decker
picture.
trolleys?
What was that, Mike?
I didn't know they ever made double-decker trolleys.
Trams. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
I didn't know.
yank.
I don't think we have those over here.
The trams.
He's on the board. Is it board of directors?
I'm on the board of directors. Yes. I am.
For a tramway museum.
Okay, but you do have an idea where to go. So you've still got the map that Caval had. So you've got a very good idea of which way to go to the library. The passage there is, again, rather strange. You're moving along the pavement, and the pavement is rolling along underneath you, but the speed at which the terrain is moving underneath you is at odds with the pace at which your feet are going. You even try, as an experiment, to quicken your pace, and the terrain underneath you does move faster, but is still slightly out of sync with how quickly you're actually stepping. So it's still
Don't look at your feet while running.
very strange. However, you eventually come across a rather large and ornate face building that does very distinctly have the word library posted right across it in terribly, terribly obvious lettering. So I am going to move us to, ambience-wise, the library.
Well, we could have attempted to drive there. See how good
Bless.
Caval's driving skill is.
Matt, I put a book in the Discord chat that I want to look out for in case it's in the library.
That one. Okay.
Yeah.
The Q
Q
in
in
yellow.
yellow. You see, I just see that as like a bank with a queue with those, with sort of the velvet ropes. It's yellow.
So, one of the first things you notice when you come in through the library is that it looks almost like you enter it and the dimensions of it feel slightly off. The place looks as if it's someone's impression of what a library might be. So things aren't necessarily in logical places. Some of the shelves are lying flat, for instance, and walls that don't seem to have doors, until you move closer to them, they suddenly develop doors, which will allow you to go into separate rooms. The place is also filled with more shady silhouettes of people that are moving about as if they're moving between the shelves examining books. Some of them come up to a slightly more well-realized lady with wire-rimmed spectacles balanced on her nose, who appears to be the librarian, who goes through the motions of taking inquiries from these shadow people or checking books out to these shadow people. So, nevertheless, the books and the bookshelves, what there are of them around, seem to be reasonably solid, and therefore
What is my optical implant picking up anything different from that at all?
No. You're seeing what you're seeing. This is the feed it's getting. So,
Well, I suppose we've got no harm with inquiring to if this librarian seems more solid than the others, to see whether she can take our request of finding information about whether Mr. Madron has been in recently, and if he borrowed any particular books.
So those with, excuse me, library use, bureaucracy, flattery, those kind of things, you can use those to converse with the chief librarian. And she will give information, and she will confirm that Johan Madron was sighted in here at one point. The rest of you milling around, though anybody with lore as a skill.
Oh, me!
As you pass around some of the bookshelves, you enter into the area on lore, and one particular book catches your eye. Now, the interesting thing about it is that it doesn't illuminate for you. You just see that it's there, and you get that it's not in the right place. This book is a book about police procedure, and it's entirely in the wrong section of the law books. Meanwhile, those with geology or streetwise notice that there is a table kind of over this area, and the table is set with an arrangement of gems, 5 of them, and the little display note next to them says onyx, and it seems to be a display as a result of some kind of focus on the science of geology. But those of you with geology will suddenly realize that as you look at the gems, you can know just from looking at them. So again, no illumination, no text prompts. You just know it by looking at them that these are not real onyx gems. Meanwhile,
I'm gonna pick one up.
Yep, it's a rock that's been painted. It's a smooth rock that's basically been painted or decorated, or it's close enough to an onyx gem that people who don't know what they look like would mistake them for them.
Okay.
But it's an obvious fake when you look at it. Yes, Jan.
So we can actually identify the rock, what it is.
Or rather, what it's not. It's
but can we identify what it is?
It's a basic, unremarkable rock.
Okay.
That someone has disguised. Meanwhile, anybody with occult will notice in a different room. Actually, no, I'll go for this one up here. That as you're looking around, something catches your eye surreptitiously. Out of the way, there appear to be 5 gems, black ones, in a pattern. And just as you start noticing that is when... Pardon me. Where are we? We are in the library. Is when the lights go down.
Dun, dun, dun.
And the lights in the area do come on, but they are dim and flickering, offering weird light and moving shadows.
Do the
Hi.
Do the shadows in the library react to the light change?
Do the shadows in the library react to the light change? In what way? Ask me that question again, in a different way.
So the actual entities, the shadow people that we've been perceiving,
Do they react to the lights?
Yeah, do they react at all to the light change?
They've gone. They're no longer there. But that's when, let me see. Can I get everybody to give me sense danger? Or sense trouble, or whatever it is. Sense trouble. Ooh. Nope for Thazanan, nope for Bertram. Yes for Andrews, no for Edwards, no for Ori. Definitely yes for Vibers. Right, so that makes a certain amount of sense. The streetwise pair, Andrews and Vibers. Where are you? You are both up there. As the lights go out, the area dims. The lights start to flicker, and of course, Sean noticed me do it. The button for the lightning on call. Create a very creepy atmosphere, but that's when Andrews and Vibers hear this odd clicking, groaning sound somewhere behind them. And that's when they notice a shadowy humanoid figure that has arms that are way too long and fingers that are way too long and clawed. And as it's coming out of the shadows, it's making these kind of clicking, growling sounds that are somewhere between an insect and maybe an animal. And you've managed to notice it as it's creeping slowly out of the shadows.
I'm gonna think it's a giant cockroach and hit it with a club.
Okay.
I was thinking exactly the same, but I personally had have told Vivers to warn the others and get back.
Well, yelling, "Ah, a bug!" and hitting it.
Ah, a bug, kill it!
So, I am going to... Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll recall
What
it
would
all.
Ensign Tick say about this?
Natik would just charge in, the Natik attack would be on there.
But the line about a bug.
No, the team would compliment me on listening to the training he gave.
Oh. Do you know what this calls for, though?
So,
That makes
so
me
just
happy.
to reiterate, you've got Andrews, or whoever has law, has found a book that was out of place. Bazanan and Ori found a display that's been faked, and Nova has found a bunch of black gems set in a kind of a semicircle, 5 of them. The rest, what are you doing, especially in regards to this creature that's turning up?
Only this room
I can't actually see it.
Exactly. You can definitely hear it.
Um,
So would you like to run and hide? Would you like to just plain run to see if you can outpace it? Or would you like to stealth up?
I would personally like to say for someone to go and open the book.
Open the book.
Which book?
The book that I found.
Cool.
I'll do it.
Alright. Let's throw you over
Whilst,
here then.
whilst go and deal with this this shambler.
Okay, so...
Temporarily. And someone try and find the light switch.
I will allow scuffling or weapons for those who are going to try and take on the shambler.
I have electrical repair.
You're going for the book.
So is it more insectile or is it more kind of mammal-esque? Did you
Both
say?
and neither. The shape suggests more than it gives away. So Andrews, okay.
What is it?
I like that. Andrews lines it up, smacks it across the face, and then Vibers just comes in and smacks it down. And it's like, whoosh.
You hit from one ear, I matched your hit on the other ear.
What's Alex attacking? He's just standing in the middle of nowhere, swinging a club wildly at a chair.
Well,
Oh,
he's
there it
swinging in the direction of the creature, so that's fine.
You were standing over there. Yeah, back you go. You were swung wildly at a chair.
Okay, cool.
I thought he was going to be like, oh,
He was there
he
when you
describes
tried.
it, then he introduces it. That was
All
what
right,
I thought.
so-
I didn't actually see it in the corner.
The three of
I
you,
just don't want to smack the chair.
engage in trying to swing clubs at whatever it is that's hiding in the shadows, and you do feel it make contact. It lets out a gurgling groan as it suddenly, as the last one hits it, and you do actually seem to make it crumple into nothingness, as it just kind of gives out a wet cough. That's when Bazanan hears something shambling up somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, I am going to say, Ori,
Yep.
when you open the book, you find it
Good things
contains an envelope, and the envelope contains a page of rather old, almost papyrus-like paper with strange symbols scrawled across it.
Okay.
You may have found one of the pages you were
Could
looking
I
for.
use cryptography to make anything out of that?
No, but you
Okay.
do gain... Where is it?
More insanity points?
Not... Well,
Ready
yes
for-
and no. You gain
Yay!
Mythos?
You gain a mythos level. A point in mythos. So, yeah. There it is. Which means your sanity has gone down not by a point, but by a rating. So your sanity rating has gone down to 13.
Okay. Woohoo!
Meanwhile,
I'm crazy.
Nova, being up near that stack of 5 crystals, you recognize that they are actual, authentic black onyx gems. And the arrangement of the gems, the fact that they're kept off to one corner, suggests that they are what's called the creature here. Meanwhile, Fazanan, what are you doing? Because something very nasty is very close to you right now. You're going to fight it, you're going to run from it, you're going to hide from it?
I will run back to the others and I'll say, Captain, there's a creature here. It looks hostile.
Fleeing, if you please, sir.
Fleeing. I'll spend a point on it.
That is a good fleeing. That is a very good fleeing. So, Fazanan basically books it out of this room at high speed and manages to gain enough of a head start that he finds himself in another room, probably this one with Nova, and manages to lose the Shambler. But the Shambler is now roving around, sniffing for someone else. So, Nova. Step into circle if nothing happens, which it doesn't. Claim some free pocket gems. The moment Nova grabs one of the crystals and pulls one away from the impromptu circle of 5, the Shambler, just as it's going for Dr. Bertram, disappears. Seems you broke the spell. So, was it something you said? You now have one of the pages. So where would you like to go next?
Try one of the other locations.
You got the museum, the science exhibit, or the art exhibit.
What is? Can we look at the page while in transit?
Okay.
Well, it's also at the same time, the gems that we found, is there any significance in them at all?
According to what Nova knows out of her occult training, they were they created basically a summoning circle.
Okay, so let's take them with us, like you said, Nova, because the note at the beginning was about recreating the star.
Oh yeah, and you have no idea how right you might be. But yes, you can keep those with you and take them along and see if anything happens as a result. Where are you going next?
Next one on the list, I think.
Museum? Alright then.
It belongs in the museum.
Give me one moment.
I think the captain's suggestion of looking for some usable weaponry is also not a bad idea.
Yes. Yeah, I think we need to check the museum for weapons.
So, excuse me. You get into the museum and you come through the front doors, you come down the steps, and once again, it seems like somebody's idea of a museum. It's a lot smaller than you expected, and whenever you go out any of the larger doors that should take you to different places in the museum or even back outside, they just lead you right back around to in this place again. Looking around, looking for any usable weapons, you find very little in the way of weapons. But what you do find, there is an exhibit in the German section which shows a finger trap, a single finger trap. And there is a date on it saying 1750. Anybody with history will recognize this as what's called a Mädchenfänger, which is a girl catcher. But this, if this is true, yes, it was jokingly called a girl catcher, Mädchenfänger.
Yeah.
It's a single finger Chinese finger trap, basically. Now, those with history, you realise that the date is wrong because the first Machen finger was available around 1870, not 1750. Meanwhile, anybody with astronomy will go past the astronomy exhibit, which is basically this light-up globe, which has got little... it's been mostly painted black, but it's got little dots picked out of it so that it tries to show basically the night sky illuminated on the ceiling. But anybody with astronomy who goes to the astronomy display will not be able to recognize the configuration of the stars.
Curious.
And that's when all the sounds of people and anything else, the sound of people's voices and indeed the shadowy apparitions of people themselves fade away. The lights dim ever so slightly, but not to the extent that they did last time. And when you move, your footsteps ring really, really loud. Every movement you take seems to have its sound amplified by a ridiculously agitated amount. And that's when you hear, as something steps out of the shadowed corner and locks eyes with everybody in the room, its eyes burning a baleful red.
So, not Q then.
Q. So, you now have a creature in this place with you, and it is going to... it starts prowling, coming after you all. So, who is doing what?
How is it behaving?
It's behaving like it's coming right at the nearest person and is looking to chomp them.
Okay, right. So yeah, so it's coming. It's in attack, because obviously
Yes.
you said it's in a predatory state, so it was prowling, but no, it's actually attacking. Vibers is in the way again. I'm going to shove Vibers out of the way.
Curiously putting on the finger trap. Okay. The more you pull, the more it tightens. What was that, Gareth?
Did you see my question a few minutes ago?
Is there a plant or a moss exhibit? No.
It's
The
just
only
a sign that
exhibits you
says
have are
moss
ones
is
I've
not
drawn
a
attention to.
moss does not belong in a museum.
So the only things that are obvious around here are the things I have drawn attention to, which is the astronomy display and the single finger trap, which has got the wrong date. So, those who are electing to attack the creature, put yourselves against the creature. Those who are electing to hide or to run away from it, give me either stealth for hiding or fleeing for running away, unless, of course, you are going to be doing something with either the finger trap display or the astronomy display.
You're trying to examine the finger trap and... after... well... Also, I'm going to watch what it does when Nova puts it on first.
Okay, nothing happens when it puts it on, except Nova just giggling to herself that she can't seem to take it off.
Does anybody else have astronomy knowledge?
It might be just you, actually.
Yeah,
Would knowing
Dog runs away.
I said, knowing the history of these things and that, will I have an idea of how to actually take it off?
Yes.
Together.
Yes,
Yep,
you push it in rather than taking it away. Ori tries to hide, but hides badly. Okay.
Tries to take it off Nova's finger so we can actually examine it.
Yep, cool. Okay, so Bertram is running towards the door. What was that, Sean?
What was it?
Nova is uncooperative.
Want it? Okay, we'll deal with that in a
You
second.
can have it once we've solved the puzzle.
What's
Is there the other
Vibers
thing?
doing? Fighting, fleeing, hiding?
Vibers is drawing his club
Alright.
because this is obviously a scenario where we need to hit things. Worked the last time.
So can I have the two scuffling or weapons checks from Vibers and Andrews?
I love how Vibers is just turning into club specialist now.
I've not
say
been a
that.
co-op fan before.
The Viber symbiote's like, ooh, I like clubs.
You don't think he hit?
No, he didn't. The
I
only one
never
who hit
said
was
I was
Andrews.
good at it.
Oh dear God.
You know what
Okay.
I find funny? Concept of between like the insubstantial things that fade away at important moments, the description of everything seems more like an idea, and the way that kind of like the story is progressing. It's almost like some alien intelligence is using a story to try and learn about us, and all it gets is anytime these type of creatures come across something unknowable and horrific, they whip out chunks of wood and start whacking them.
It's that ancient English heritage coming back. Imperialism, damn it! Wah!
Right, so Edwards, in
Get
trying
out.
to get an uncooperative Nova's hand free of the finger trap, notices that the fabric that was being like the bed for the finger trap that it's resting on, under the cloth that the finger trap was displayed on, there is a page.
Pick up the page.
Alrighty, you have another page. So Edwards now has a Cthulhu mythos point, and therefore loses a sanity rating.
Welcome to the club.
It's funny because you've got clubs. Meanwhile, Thazanan, you are in the astronomy display. It doesn't look right. What would you like to do?
Does it look like any known systems?
No, but there is the potential of altering its display so that you could.
I try and change it to a sort of a known display, something which I'm familiar with from Federation space.
Okay, alrighty. I'm just going to roll something very quickly.
We're dead.
So, who actually hit it and hurt it? That was Edwards. So, no, that wasn't Edwards. He's all the way over there. That was Andrews, yes. So, Andrews takes 5. She gets raked. But then, just as the creature looks then to turn towards Vibers, Thazanan changes the orientation of the astronomy display to be something he's more familiar with, and the creature disappears.
Oh.
Your footsteps are no longer ridiculously loud. And you have
Let
a
out of
page.
breath and start examining the page, see if it says anything.
It does not seem to have any script that you are familiar with.
I mean, I do have a language for you, because you said if we come across something, or does that would be a bit cheeky at this point?
It's not of a language you're familiar with.
Okay then. 2 out of 4. Let's go to the next place.
Right, who needs to leave at 10 o'clock?
I need to leave soon.
Okay, so it's 12 minutes to 10. So if you
Okay.
need to leave, then yeah, just give us a nod and we'll do so.
Yeah, just take over my character.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to finish this in time for 10. So anybody
Yeah.
who's also too tired to carry on, feel free to quit out if you think you need to. But in the
Alright.
meantime, for those who are willing to go on, where do you want to go next? Science exhibit or art exhibit?
Science.
Science. Let's go for
Matt,
science.
I was going to say before we leave, or possibly en route, does Sophia? It looks like Sophia might need healing.
Yes.
It's fine. It's just a scratch.
Yep, and we can't
You're
afford
like
to have
Kano.
that bad a scratch if we come across another thing. How many hit points you down, Webby?
I'm 5/12 okay.
So
5,
out of
12, so-
12, he's down to 5.
I am
the
5/12. Okay.
It's
On a scale
the-
of 12, I feel less than 50%.
Oh, sorry.
You don't need to roll, remember, so
Yeah.
you spend
Sorry.
a point.
Yeah.
Or points.
Captain, I
it's
suggest
the
we.
wrong character for yelling, "I'm fine."
Right, I'll give you 4 points back.
What was that you going to say, Jan?
Captain,
Go on.
I suggest we take injuries a little bit more seriously, seeing as we're not sure exactly
Yes,
the
I
effects this
was.
could have.
Yes, I was joking, but at the same time, we need to preserve what limited charges of abilities we seem to have.
Alright, once again, the distortion of what this place should be is terribly, terribly obvious. There are display stands showing various different, apparently scientific wonders, which, of course, to those of you from the 24th century, are, they're cute. But nonetheless, there are things that are just, again, walls that at one point do have doors, but then the further away you go from them, they don't. Corridors which don't seem to have an end to them, but when you get to them, you do find that they do have a door, and some of the displays are a bit odd. It's all very, very strange. Just change that something first. There we are. And yeah, so moving around the science exhibit, you've come across those of you with biology.
Yay!
You come across a vivisected pig carcass that's meant to display the similarity to human organs. But when you look, you realize that the pig's heart is actually a human heart, and like the rest of the organs, appears to be removable. Those of you who have anthropology and are looking around the place, you find a section of the anthropological artifacts and whatnot, and you find some mock cave paintings drawn onto the walls. And when you move past it, you notice the usual cave paintings, so like primitive depictions of warriors with spears or shooting bows and arrows. And you come upon a depiction of a shape of something that seems to be shaped like a bear, but with one too many legs and a horn? Wait, what? But as soon as you come back to the depiction is gone. It's no longer on the wall. And somebody with occult will also come across a collection near the anthropological exhibit, will come across a collection of bones and stones arranged in a spiral pattern. But before any of you get the chance to actually do anything much, the temperature in the place plummets really noticeably, and your breath starts to fog out in front of you. And that's when you hear something that sounds like a bear, but sounds like it's also much, much bigger, as something emerges from the anthropology exhibit. It's massive and at first appears to be a multi-limbed bear, but you realize the forelimbs are shaped more like massive muscular human arms. It has 4 of these as well as back legs, a massive bear-like head, but a big almost shark fin of a horn jutting out from the top of its head. And it is lumbering its way towards you all. So, once again, hey, a unicorn. So, those of you who've noticed clues can do stuff. Those of you who haven't can try and maybe do something with or against or away from this bear-like creature that has emerged. So, Edwards runs for his life.
I'll be seeing if I can remove the human heart from the pig.
Yep.
See if there's any reason that's in there.
Cool. When you do, you find there is a rolled up piece of parchment inside of the heart.
There it is. Oh, the perfect hiding place, the left ventricle.
which means that Bertram has now gained a point of Cthulhu mythos. And has
we
therefore
really want the Moss guy to go towards insanity. He'll kill us all.
lost
No.
a point of sanity
I think
rating.
you mean I got a rank in the Cthulhu myth Moss.
Either way, that's what you've done. Edwards is fleeing. What are the rest of you doing? Ori, what's he doing?
He's trying to figure it out. Let's see.
Do you have a cult?
No.
Then you're at a loss for the moment.
I'm trying to see if I can make a trap or something.
A trap? Okay.
Got explosives as a skill.
You do, but there's nothing around here that you can find to make something like that.
Maybe I prepared for it.
You're coming up short at the moment, I'm afraid.
Well, let's just hide.
Okay, stealth.
I think
Yep.
Val would like to.
What would Caval like to
He
do?
hides by waving his arms and shouting.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cavell would like to draw the attention of the creature and then sprint off in
Okay, so
opposite directions from everybody
Fleeing.
else.
Definitely
But
fleeing.
trying
then.
to draw attention, yeah.
Yeah. So fleeing to see how far ahead you can stay of this thing, but also staying ahead enough that you don't actually get mullered and mauled.
Exactly. Evasive maneuvers.
Yes, indeed. That's not bad at all.
Dive and dodge.
Whee! What's Vibers doing?
Well, I remember being told by the captain that this might be a good spot for weapons.
You're
So
finding
is there anything
nothing.
around that is slightly sharper than a wooden stick?
Sadly, no. Anything that looks like it might be, when you move up to it, you just cannot dislodge it. So that's what you're doing, looking for something to do. Andrews, what's Andrews doing?
So yeah, there's nothing that we found in any of the major rooms that has picked up for anyone yet.
Sadly, no.
I think stealth is actually going to be a thing now. We're going to have to be more stealthily, but yeah, Ori is not doing a good job of stealthing. So Caval, has it seems to have gone for Caval?
It's noticing Caval more, yes. Because he's making a big song and dance about it, so it's definitely noticing Caval and seems to be focused on him for the time being, yes.
What's Caval's athletic?
Well, he's already done his fleeing check, so...
Yeah. But I was just saying in the long run. So Scarlet's a better runner. Scarlet? Andrew, sorry. It's alright. I'm trying to do bits for Steamweave as well. Yeah, okay, I'll do the same thing, I think, and try and draw its attention so it's got two targets to try and go after.
Cool, trying to confuse it. Nice. Be a fleeing test.
Flee!
In trying to maybe nudge Ori ahead, you stumble. Right, finally, what's Nova doing?
Heading over to the bones and stones and starting to claim those splash camera bound things.
Alright, so it's got a selection of 3 targets, but Fazanan makes a big song and dance about it and makes himself a more tempting target, which does draw it off, and he does stay slightly ahead, which allows Nova to sneak past and get to the anthropology exhibit to go for the collection of bones and stones. The spiral suggests, again, a kind of ritualistic purpose, so if she wants to grab them and claim them, was it?
Yep.
Cool. Unbeknownst to Nova, Thazanan is just about staying ahead of this thing when he enters into a room with no exits, and just as the creature is lumbering towards him and goes as for a jump, it fizzles out and disappears into nothing.
Whew. Getting it close, people.
Got the fin from the heart.
You've got the thing from the heart, yes you do.
Yep.
So you now only got one place left to go. And we've
Speaking
hit
of the
10
Doctor.
o'clock.
Appears to have been a telltale heart.
Well, I'm gonna go. Thank you guys. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
No
Great to
worries,
hear
we'll
that.
let you know. Yeah, we'll let you know how it goes, Mike.
Yes, yes. I'd like to go as insane as possible.
Well,
Oh,
you know,
can probably watch it back on Matt's channel.
I was going to say, it'll probably be posted up at some point tomorrow. You can just fast forward to the end and see
Okay.
what happens.
Thank you all.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Toodaloo's, my dude.
Bye.
In the meantime, everybody else is going to the art exhibit, the one place left. So let's take you there. Once again, you travel through shadowy streets, but the direction is easy enough. You don't spend too long on the hoof. On the way there, however, you do get a report from Chief Engineer Bravo saying that he has been, along with others, has been attempting to physically rip out the power cables from the holodeck in order to cut power to the holodeck, but has been unable to. The thing is just jammed in there and will not move. Even phaser fire is having no effect whatsoever. And that's also when whoever is on watch, let's say it's going to be not Ensign, he's been promoted, Lieutenant Keshen, reports that there is an unusual amount of power being drained to the main holodeck. And they're not sure how it's doing it. So,
When
to
those
the
power
art exhibit.
cables start looking like tentacles, we know we're in trouble.
Back away quickly. So, to the art exhibit. So, the majority of the interior of the exhibit, again with shadowy characters who appear to be just there moving amongst the exhibits, admiring them, doing whatever with. The exhibits are a collection of painted portraiture, sculpture here and there, but the primary exhibit appears to be something called Art Through a Lens, which is a collection of painted portraits that have been set up along the walls, but strung up on string in between them are actual photographs. And the photographs have been arranged in such a way that they are photographs of the portraits on the walls. And the photographs seem to overlap a little bit, and they've been arranged so that when you start at one, you do a complete circle to view all of them. Now, those with photography notice a curious artifact in one of the pictures. The picture shows a hand pointing to a portrait. And on closer examination, it definitely does not look like it was a double exposure. It definitely looks like it was somebody was in that picture, in the area of where that picture was being taken, and was pointing at that portrait the time the picture was taken, but there's no sign of who this person was in the overlapping neighbouring picture. Whilst you're examining that, somebody with... Let's go with... What did I say before? It was chemistry and it was pharmacy. You notice a powdery substance off to one side that looks very, very familiar. In fact, you quickly identify as dried mushrooms, the type that are known as magic mushrooms, the ones that contain psilocybin. And somewhere nearby, you can actually hear a low voice chanting rhythmically. And that's when the light level in this area... In fact, I forgot to do something else. Let me quickly move to this. Change that. As well as... Excuse me a moment. Cool. What was I doing? So the light level in here dims quite dramatically. Can I get sense trouble from everybody, please? I will do Ori. So that's a success for Bertram, a success for Vibers, a fail for Nova, a definite success for Thazanan, a success for Andrews, a success for Edwards. So a pretty overwhelming success from most, so I won't bother with Oris. Enough of you notice something that everybody pretty much gets alerted, and the first sound you identify is this horrible, squelching, wet, slapping sound as something, one of the shadows seems to just peel itself off of the wall and slither along the floor. At points it seems to develop long-feeling tendrils and probosces, and then those tendrils retreat back into the formless mass of the rest of the whatever it is, and it keeps slopping around and seems to be searching, questing for you. So, whilst Bertram is off over in that direction and others with photography are examining the pictures, what are the rest of you doing? Before you make any decisions, before you make any definite decisions, Bertram. When Bertram tries to find the source of the chanting, you find a woman, and that's the surprising thing. She is definitely well defined, visually defined. There, woman wearing a black dress that covers her from the neck down. She has a shock of white shoulder-length hair and thick black-rimmed spectacles, but her eyes are closed and she's rhythmically swaying back and forth and chanting, and more of the dried mushrooms is nearby. So you know that she's obviously using the mushrooms to induce an altered state of consciousness. But what you also know about these mushrooms and their chemical components is that she's basically on a trip at the moment, and she seems to be trying to focus that trip through this eyes closed chanting thing. But
you have a French accent by any chance?
Well, you can't quite tell because the syllables she's emitting, and the syllables and the vowels she's emitting, the sounds don't sound like sounds that should be coming out of any kind of human throat.
Right.
Nonetheless, you do realize that if she's on a magic mushroom trip, that does render her brain very susceptible to the powers of suggestion, and thereby hypnosis.
Okie dokie. Do I need to wait my turn, or...?
Yeah, so let's find out what everyone else is doing first in regards to the pictures and the formless creature that's slithering along, looking is the wrong word, questing for the rest of you. So, what's Edwards doing? Are you fleeing? Are you fighting? Are you hiding?
He's gonna see if he can help Bertram just try and find whatever it is that's gonna make this thing disappear.
Do you have
I don't know
hypnosis?
if he has any skills. He's just gonna be looking.
All right, so you're not hiding. You're visually drawing attention to yourself. Okay, what's Thazanan doing?
I think similar strategy to the bear. Trying to draw this creature away from anybody who's investigating something.
Okay, so give me the same check we did before then, please. Flee! Just as good as last time. Nice. So, hey, over here. Come and get me. What's Nova doing at this point?
Nova has photography, so she's probably playing with
Cool.
the hand and a map.
I think Andrews has got photography too. Does Ori? Ori has photography, so the three of you can all band together and have an investigate. So that leaves Vibers to decide what he's going to do.
Vibers is really enjoying this. not having to solve the problem malarkey. And has pulled out his club because it seems to be effective.
So is he going to do like Thazanan and run around and try and draw its attention, or?
I'm gonna whack anything that comes close to
The photograph
Nova and
lot.
Alright
Okay.
while they're trying to figure out stuff.
Okay, so for the moment it looks like Thazanan's strategy is working. He is drawing its attention, and the slapping, sloshing sound this thing is making is moving after the way Cavall is going. So for now it's working, which leaves... let's do the photography, guys. What are you guys doing? So just to reiterate... What was that? Sorry, Sean, I talked over you there.
Taking the photo of the hand in it and trying to match it up to where it's pointing at the portrait.
Okay, yeah, no problem. You grab it, you look around, you match the portrait, and yep, you found it. Pretty easy. What do you want to do from here? The portrait is just a landscape portrait of a dock. Doesn't seem to be anything particularly special about it.
Whereabouts on the portrait is it pointing towards?
It seems to be pointing towards the frame, or maybe the wall behind it.
Yeah, so yeah, pulling the frame forwards.
Pulling the frame forwards, something, a page basically drops out from behind it. Who's taking this?
Yeah, seeing what's happened
Actually-
to the others is that, yeah, it'd be more a case of, can we wrap it in something before picking it up?
Well, Mike did state that he wants to go crazy, so... Let's go with his wishes and give him another boost of Cthulhu mythos whilst reducing his sanity down.
We're just going to get all the pages to give it to him. It's like, time to share.
Meanwhile, Bertram and potentially Edwards.
Look into my eyes, not to the left or to the right or up and down, but straight into the eyes, straight into the pupils. And I tried the hypnosis roll.
Cool. Yep. Right. Nice. So, knowing enough about how hypnosis works, you basically want to take control of her trip, and you start just lightly babbling at first, insinuating your voice, but then dropping keywords here and there as you go. And that's when Edwards catches up with Bertram, and just as Edwards does, Bertram builds up enough of the key phrases and sequences he wants that he goes, and then you're going to wake. Snaps his fingers, and the woman's eyes pop open immediately, and her pupils are dilated wide, but then she just fumbles over her words. What? And at that particular point, Cavall has run so fast and so rapid that he's managed to lose the creature, but that's when it doubles back and goes for the guys in front of the portrait, and Vibers winds up the club ready to splat the creature, and just as it seems about to launch itself at him by rearing back with it forms like a neck with a snapping mouth at the end of it, and just as it rears back, it disappears.
Okay, so how bad is the club to the back of the head for Nova? Because I missed.
You trash an agent, the most expensive painting in the museum.
You potentially
those
take out a
paintings.
couple of paintings, but other than that, you seem to be okay. But you now have 4 pages.
4 page. I have to say, Edwards is getting a slight sense of dread now. Looking Bertram do that is like, I might actually have to sit through his next Moss lecture. I don't want to say no.
That's a good point, actually. As soon as the slime creature disappears, the woman herself just kind of fades out like smoke. Just fades away. So
if you ever find yourself in a Moss lecture and you didn't know how you got there,
Now,
I don't know how I got there. I'm not going to say yes next time and not no.
Matt, do they
Very
need to make a sanity roll for those repressed Moss lecture things that I've been forcing on them? To suddenly come in and realise that they have been attending, they've just repressed it all because of the mossy horror.
In order to maintain expediency, I'm going to go with not right now. Now,
Okay, no problem.
but
That's the insanity issue for when we're back on the
Okay.
ship.
We'll use
So the
preparedness to have some stuff to take some samples without
Yeah.
basically getting myself on the trip.
Yep, absolutely, no problem
Cool.
whatsoever. So, you now have 4 pages. You also have the book that they belong to. What do you want to do?
Put me back together.
Indeed.
The message on the mirror.
Yep.
So, I'm guessing that means you are going to start putting the pages back into the book?
Looking at his captain, shall? Though I'm a
I
bit.
don't think we have much choice not to.
Okay. Put
Aren't
them
we
all
just-
together.
Aren't we just doing the job of the cultists?
Mm,
So yeah, puts all the pages
It's-
together.
I mean, we were hired to find the sun, but now we're ending up putting back together the book that he told us. Well, not he told us, but that he pulled the pages out of.
I don't think we have a choice, unfortunately.
We have
So-
anywhere else we can go.
Edwards tentatively tries one of them, and the moment the place that they're all from is terribly obvious because it's a great tear, so there are obviously missing pages. Edwards taking one of the pages and putting it near to it, the thing kind of melts back into where it should be almost immediately. So assuming that you try that with the other 3 pages, you put the other pages in and they just meld back into there as if they were never torn out. There's a sudden blast of ethereal wind from nowhere as the book then starts to flick through its own pages before it finally stops at a specific page. And where before the writing was a bunch of nonsensical glyphs that you didn't recognize, this page opens up on incantations of at least phonetic sounds written out. Well, so it's basically sounds written out phonetically in a language you do understand, basically English or whatever language it is you read naturally. Suggesting that that's what you should be chanting. Saying, reading, whatever. So- I'm going to under the assumption that yes, you are. Unless somebody
We
objects.
don't have much choice.
Okay.
So, if our only chance is to complete this story.
So you kind of get into like a rough circle because Nova, with her occult knowledge, kind of suggests that maybe a circle, which seems to be a common theme that's run around here recently, seems to be a thing, and somebody leads the charge with basically pronouncing these words. You all join
We
in
have
as
Nova on
best
the
you
other
can.
side of the circle. That way we have C for Cthulhu.
And you start rhythmically chanting this, these just repeating these phonetic sounds that have been written out in front of you, and it's a kind of as you do, you suddenly notice that various bits of detritus, almost from around the floor, start to gather together in a spot, and then they start to warp and change. And as you watch, you notice you're watching these things turn into small bones, and these bones are all collecting together. Before long, you have what look like feet bones for a humanoid. And then they start building more and more, turning into you basically start watching a humanoid skeleton getting built in front of you. And before long, there are these sinews and tendons start slithering around and attaching themselves. And you start watching as a human is getting rebuilt before your eyes. I will ask for sanity checks for this.
DuckTales, woo! Everybody lose themselves some sanity, woo!
So
We could actually
Ori
push the
is
roll,
not
couldn't we?
okay, but Thazanan is, Nova is, Edwards is, Bertram's not, Vibers is. So only 2 lost a point of sanity. So this is not out of your rating, this is out of a point of sanity.
Well,
Your sanity points.
Isn't this how you learn about how humans are made, by watching this sort of animation?
No, these bones are all together. Who put this in? This makes me mad. The knee bone doesn't connect to the rib bone.
The bones build, the organs appear, the muscles knit together, skin applies itself, hair grows, and clothes just kind of appear, and before long there is a human male, mid-20s, standing before you, clothed in trousers and shirt, with his braces done up and his sleeves rolled up, and he just stands there and wavers for a bit as he doesn't seem to take a breath in, but takes a moment to steady himself. And then he feels his face, looks at his hands, and then goes, "A mirror. I need a mirror," and looks around frantically for a mirror. He moves off and eventually doesn't go very far, but he does find one, and he looks in the mirror at his reflection and keeps feeling his face. And then just seems to nod to himself, saying, "The sun. Of course. That makes sense. Very well." And then he turns around as if he's just noticed you for the first time, and as he does, he definitely starts when he sees Cavall. "Oh! Aliens! Well, of course. I mean, considering everything I know, this is hardly a surprise." Right. I need to ask you all a question, and it's going to sound strange, but I need you to answer me honestly. Do you know you are in a fiction?
Bloody hope.
Yes.
Fiction.
Yes.
Right. Okay, good.
Otherwise, this has gone horribly, horribly wrong.
Yes.
It's already gone wrong.
It's
I have to say,
fine, that's just minor inconvenience.
I was expecting, I don't know, something different. A play, or being inside of a film. But this feels different somehow. And he walks up to, he starts putting his hands on things. He walks up to Nova and just kind of touches her lightly on the shoulder, as if testing her solidity. Puts her hand on Cavall as well, then puts her hand on one of the art displays. This feels...
Val just slaps his hand.
Oh, I am sorry. I was being impertinent. Of course, I haven't introduced myself. My name is... Oh. My name is... Oh.
Ewan.
Johan? Of course, the
You're in
son's name.
Mandarin. I assume you're no longer him, if you understand that this is not normal.
It's something
Someone
like
else
that.
who's manifested as a character in this story.
Yes,
Can you
yes.
explain what you actually are within the context, within the parameters that this is imposed upon you?
Of course, of course. I or was, an acolyte of the Church of Our Lord in Orpiment, just like so many others. Attracted, bops him on the nose. Yeah, he's solid. I was a follower of Professor Merchant, just like everybody else who joined the Church of Our Lord in Orpiment. But I was able to insinuate myself into the inner circle, as it were, and I discovered what their true aim was. And I didn't like one iota of it. But I stayed around because I needed to understand what it was they were going to do and how they were going to do it so that I could take it from them and thwart them. So I worked within and understood the means by which they were going to achieve what they wanted. Primarily, Merchant was talking about having made contact with something, some being, some entity from far out in the vast reaches of space and time, maybe even beyond there. And she wanted to call it towards us,
bring it forth on Earth. The means by which she was going to do this were magical practices that I had no experience with, but was only just barely learning. Either way, I managed to grab one of her books, one of the books of arcane lore she was using to create this ritual of contact. I stole the book away, and I contacted the authorities, and led them to the site where she was going to conduct her summoning ritual. The police were able to apprehend a great number of the cultists who were there, but unfortunately Professor Merchant herself escaped. Whilst the police were busy rounding up the cultists, I pursued Merchant and went back to her studio in the hidden part of the church. All I discovered when I got there, and the police can verify this, although you can't reach them anymore, all that was left inside of the church, in the basement church level, was this play written out. And that was when I realized what she'd done. In order to escape being caught, she had created this play and made herself part of it somehow. She had created like a pocket reality that as soon as someone read or displayed this fiction somehow, they would be drawn into it, literally. Although I hadn't figured on it being as literal as what seems to have happened to you. So I knew that in order to thwart her, I had to insinuate myself into the fiction as well. But I had to do so surreptitiously, because this was her creation. She was in charge, and remains in charge of the entire fiction. The only people who would have agency would be those drawn into it, yourselves. A certain amount of agency. So I had to disguise myself, so I hid myself in the fiction. The only way that I'd be able to actually affect the fiction in any way would be for some outside agencies, you, to find the clues I would leave scattered throughout the fiction in order for you to put me back together. I'm not exactly alive anymore. I'm still a part of the fiction, but I retain enough of myself to remember the purpose of why I'm here. But it seems I had to sacrifice something else in order to get here, which was my identity. So I suppose for now I may as well be known as Johan Madron. But anyway, that's a lot of information for you to absorb in a short amount of time, but I'm afraid we don't have time. You see, the point and purpose of all of this was to trap you in here. You've no doubt had things, people, come after you, try and subdue you somehow. This is Merchant. She's using the fiction to try and create means of subduing you, keeping you trapped here in the fiction. Whilst she has you here in the fiction, she can create a bridge between this pocket reality and the material universe. Right now, as I am speaking, she is at another part of the fiction conducting the ritual of summoning. While she has you trapped here, she has the means of creating that bridge so that whatever comes out of that summoning ritual can exit into the material world. So we need to find her and we need to stop her. Now, this entire fiction is based around what she, Merchant herself, remembers creating, which was Greyhenge, the town of Greyhenge at the time. If I remember correctly, the ritual to summon in the real world was conducted on a hill with some standing stones on the outskirts of Greyhenge. The only way anyone could reach it would be to go to the airport just on the fringes of the city. So it's conceivable I could manipulate the fiction in a subtle way and take us to the airport. We could then use the fiction to have us fly to this place of summoning that she's going to get to. Ordinarily, we could use a car, but we would need to work within the boundaries of the fiction, and a plane would be a lot faster. Can any of you pilot a plane?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent.
Well, I
Agency
love
still
the
works.
Enthusiasm you I love the enthusiasm you had there, Caval.
All right. This is good.
I've been dying to fly a plane in this
Yeah, I mean,
in this
it's
era.
weird. I have the skill driving, but I don't have the skill driving cars or motorcycles. So in theory, I could drive a train, but I can't fly a plane because I have no piloting
I
skill.
mean, you can keep driving all right crazy.
Doesn't take much.
As much as Lieutenant Orai's eagerness is to explore the planes of reality, I personally do not want my chief science officer to go insane.
Ori doesn't know what you're talking about. Either way, we need to stop the ritual. It's going on right now. The sooner we get there, the better. So, I need to reorientate this a little bit. He claps his hands. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Can we potentially get something to aid us in terms of ammunition and weaponry? Because as much as we...
He looks down at the clubs you're all holding.
Yes, oh, great, a wooden club.
It seems to be what's been gifted to you in the fiction. The only weapon that seems to be getting delivered in the fiction so far has been wooden clubs.
Ultimately, Starfleet has never won its battles through the best weapons. We win through our wits and our intelligence.
War 359.
Wow.
It was a terrible cost, but I believe technically we stopped the Borg in that war. The war for 359 was a battle that was part of the war. Also, these are semantics. The point is, we're in a... Well, think of it this way: we're in a story.
Yes.
You don't see the heroes of the most memorable stories winning because they had the biggest weapons. They outfox and outwit their enemies and the monsters.
Oh, you're reading human stories, right?
So, Madron claps his hands,
Sorry, took
and
me a
the
minute.
area around you starts to morph and distort, and you find yourself suddenly in an aircraft hangar. Not a terribly large one, but large enough to have a single propeller plane that has got enough seating for all of you just about. It's going to be a squeeze. But obviously you've got a seat for the pilot.
Is it called the Carpathian, and is it scratched?
So,
It will be.
everybody gets in and takes off. Now, I don't have a map for this, so you're just going to have to picture it in your brains. So, Caval starts the engines, and yes, this is a novel way of flying, isn't it? It's terribly noisy.
Air pressure.
It is terribly, terribly noisy with the engine barking as loud as it does, but you do take off, you do take to the skies. As you do, you notice that the clouds are becoming denser, they start to boil, and very definitely a dark shade of grey, and flashes of unnatural lightning light up the skies as you take off. At first glance, looking out of the windows, you can see the city below, lit mostly with a combination of electric lamps and gas lamps. So it seems the city is still in a state of modernizing itself. But either way, the thing that drags your attention is just on the outskirts of the city is this large area where there is this weird lurid light shining forth into the sky. The turbulence is now starting to get rather intense as lightning bolts track past the plane, threatening to hit you. And it's causing a good degree of shake and rattle. But you start to creep closer to the light, and you can see the hill with the standing stones on them looming into view. There is a broad field surrounding it, so you should be able to get the plane down. But now the turbulence is becoming very, very difficult, and the ride is getting exceptionally bumpy. We are going to need a piloting check from Thazanan where he can choose to spend points from his piloting pool if he wishes to see how safely you can bring the plane down.
You've got 10 points in your piloting. You might as well burn half of them.
I'll say, can we have a quick save in case he rolls a natural one?
Yeah, it was.
9! Nice, very nice. So
Still gets out, still a scratch down the side of it.
So yeah, you bring the plane down. It's a bumpy landing, but it's a safe landing, and you manage to bring it very, very close to the actual hill itself, such that you can see that it's a short rise with a series of 7 standing stones. But in the middle appears to be this impossibly huge and tall column, around which stone steps wind in a helix, and they just seem to climb and climb and climb until they disappear off into the clouds. It looks like you've got a long walk ahead of you, but that seems to be the way you need to go. That's when we move this to what you find when you eventually reach the top. And let me just, before you move anything, let me create a few things first. So, what you find before you is basically the top of the column. And as you went through the clouds, the actual geography of things starts to change a little bit as these impossibly large statues of hooded creatures just seems to loom out of nowhere, as do these 2 fluted columns. But the thing that concerns you most, however, is the fact that in the middle of the floor, for lack of a better word, is Merchant herself with a very thick, ancient book open in front of her, which she is chanting from. There are 6 individuals, all wearing those very yellow robes that Nova has got one of on, and they are themselves, they've got their hands outstretched, each with a dagger in one hand and empty on the other, chanting along. Now, Johan shouts...
The woman I saw chanted earlier.
Sorry?
Does Merchant look like the woman I saw chanted earlier?
Very much. You can't see who the cultists are, though, because they have their backs to you and they got their hoods up. Nevertheless, Johan... Well, actually, before I do that, what's obviously drawing your attention more, though, however, is this open fissure in the skin of reality, this portal. Around about the time you start making your way towards the top of the stairs is when you also get a report from the crew of the Navis stating that some invasive computer program seems to be seizing control of the ship and is accessing the main deflector. The deflector appears to be
level 5.
The deflector appears to be causing some kind of opening in subspace. And no matter how much they're trying to, the engineering crew cannot cut off power to this.
Fire quantum torpedoes into it.
What were you going to say?
Can you activate the protocol on the main core?
No! It's not letting me. Either way, when you get to the top, Johan points out they're trying to summon, they're trying to let whatever it is on the other side through. We have to counteract their spell with one of our own. So, this is what the text is that you can see here. So, Merchant and her cultists. Merchant is using the spell Paul Haster. The spell has a cost of 5 from her stability pool, which she will pay when it's her turn. Have I got everybody set up and ready? Yes, I do. She is going to then make stability tests at difficulty of 4. The cultists around her will be cooperating with her in order to add points to the pool she will use to add to her stability roll. But she is going against the inertia value, which essentially is like a load of hit points for reality. So, just like with fisticuffs, she'll make one stability roll to represent her trying to get over the stability difficulty, and then she'll roll a second roll to see how much she takes off of the inertia. So inertia is basically the hit points of the world to stop it, whatever's on the other side of this Fischer coming through. Likewise, Johan will be casting Dismiss, which also has a cost, which will have to be met by anybody helping him cast this. So your best bet is to use those characters who have pretty good stability pools. Needless to say, Ori has got a stability score of 6, so he's got a pretty good one. But joining in the spell will cost either 7 health, or for every point of health you don't want it to cost you, it will cost 2 from either athletics or fleeing, due to the physically taxing nature of trying to dismiss Hasta when Hasta does not want to go. So, those of you who won't be joining in the counter spell can try and deny Merchand help by taking out some of her cultists, so that they won't be able to add to her pool.
Away?
You can try.
Yeah, to go for her straight away.
Cool. So basically, this is going to now go into combat initiative. Whoever wants to remain behind with Johan can do so. Those who want to jump in and try and take out those who are chanting can do so. So
Fight.
So,
Edwards wins initiative. Yes, Webby.
Isn't Ori with stability 6 actually the lowest?
I don't know. Is he?
Well, Nova's a 6, but Andrews is a 12.
I'm a 4.
I'm at 6. Yeah.
Well, Nova's a really good one by the sounds of it.
I'm at 12 for stability. I don't understand how I'm at 12 stability.
Because you are a very stable person, or at least the character you're playing is. So Edwards elects to interrupt a cultist and therefore is going at it with a club, and hits and deals 4, which takes out that cultist. The cultist falls down. As the cultist does, the hood falls back and you see the very same face as the woman in the middle of the circle.
Is that a sanity check or?
No.
Okay.
So 1 down. Next up is Andrews.
Which
Is
way do you guys
Andrews
want me to
doing
go?
stability, or is Andrews doing fisticuffs, or
I was
clubby
thinking
time?
of just going to actually scuffle with Marchand, rip the book out of her hand and start trying to tear pages from it.
Sure.
But
Cool.
I'd say it's up to the group what we think. Because I'd say Andrews has stability at 12.
I say
So that
maybe
means that
work on the counters. Or,
No.
Someone else can
I'm
try
just
what
trying to work
Andrews
out-
wanted
yeah,
to do, maybe?
I'm struggling with the stability of whether it's a high number is good or a low number that's good.
A high number means you have a high pool with which you can add points. So that's something I need to explain here, actually. Folks who are cooperating, or basically aiding another, what you do to aid is that you contribute points from your pool, basically your stability pool. The thing is, the first point you pay is the point you pay for joining in. It's the point you pay after that that goes into the pool that adds a number, adds a +1. So, if Andrews was going to aid Johan with his stability check, at the very least she would contribute 2 points of her stability pool, 1 to join in, and another 1 to add a +1 to the stability roll. Is that clear enough? Or do I need to go over that again?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So obviously you can. So the minimum that makes sense is 2, and you can either go all in or you can save some back, or however you want to do it. So what is Andrews doing?
Yeah, playing the meta of the game, she would be the most wise choice to be involved in the ritual.
Then I say do that. because we're running out of time here. So
it's not what she would do in character, but yeah.
she can tell somebody to go for Marchand.
Yeah.
And do what you were going to do.
Yeah, probably Cabal then, because Cabal's probably the most iffy. Or Nova. Nova's actually pretty good at scuffling as well, isn't she? So yeah.
But she has got pretty high stability too, so... But then again, Ori has been a demon with the club so far, so... Either way, if you're going to contribute points to the stability pool, now would be the time to declare.
Yeah, so I will chuck in. So it's 2. First one to join and one to
So the first thing you need to do actually is to pay the cost, which will either be 7 health, or for however many health you don't want to pay, you pay 2 points from your athletics or fleeing pools. Or you could just pay the full 7 health.
I'm not intending to go anywhere, so...
So the physically taxing nature of this spell means that you lose 7 health.
So, yeah, I'm taking 3 points or 6 points straight out of athletics then.
Okay.
So spend 6. Simple spend again.
There you go.
So that's 3 off. So I will only take 4.
4.
Out.
There you are. Yep, that makes sense.
Do I spend the... can I spend them both together?
Yeah.
So the fleeing as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
So... Simple spend, so that's only 1 health that I lose now then.
There you are, only 1 health. Nice. So now you can do the thing with stability.
So then knocked down by 2 to say that I've contributed 1 for joining and 1 for...
righty. So the pool over here now goes up by to 1. That's what Andrews has contributed, so that's all Andrews can do. Who's next?
One
Nova.
at a time that you can complete, sorry, as well.
Sorry?
Is it only 1 at a time on the pool that can be put in?
No. You can put any amount in. If you wanted to spend more.
Yeah,
what was that?
Yeah, I must have been down to 5, that's right, so that'd be spending 7 points, so 6 into the pool.
Right, 6 into the pool. Going big. Alright then. Nova, what does Nova want to do? Joining in with the stability or going for one of the cultists?
Well, we're told to go after the book, I think, so...
Alrighty, Nova goes for Marchand herself. This sounds like it's going to be a scuffling check.
Burn some die, or burn some points.
Die to make her die.
The moment Nova reaches for Marchand, Nova blips out and ends up in front of one of the cultists instead. That was a 4. So you've successfully managed to grab a cultist. It seems she's using them as protection as well. So do you want to instead try and do damage to the cultist? Be right back. Okay.
Nope.
Nope, okay. But you're at least holding on to them, so that means that was delayed as well. Cabal!
Cabal shall charge this cultist.
Yep. You have a weapon. You also have points you can potentially spend if you want to. Ooh, big! So, roll a d6 and add 2.
Just straight up d6.
Straight up d6 and add 2, since you went with weapons rather than heavy club. But it equates to the same thing. That's fine. You're just not familiar with it, that's all. Woo! Maximum damage takes that one out in one shot. So yes, that one is defeated. That one also, when it falls back, reveals a face that echoes... Which one is this? Put on. So yep, that one's down. Defeated. Another one she can't use.
Make ready. Your turn.
Bertram.
Remembering what I did earlier, I'm thinking of going up to one of the cultists, slamming them with a bunch of hallucinogens and try using hypnosis to influence them to try and mess up the ritual from within, if that makes sense.
Cool. Alright, move up. Give me a hypnosis check.
Okie dokie.
Nova's got one restrained if you want an easier target.
Yeah, there's that actually. An easier target it would be the one that Nova's got.
Okie dokie.
That makes a good deal of sense, thank you, Sean. So
yeah,
yeah, hypnosis. Alright, that one's definitely now mispronouncing the syllables and whatnot.
Yeah.
Syllables? That's not how language works, man.
It's your turn.
It is now.
Alright, this cultist is going to add points from stability. Let's see, is going to add half its pool to add 1. So now she has got a pool of 1 to draw from.
It's your turn.
Another cultist, which one? That one is the one that's messing it up, so it can't do anything because he's babbling
It is your
incoherently. This one up here also contributes 2 points to stability, and therefore adds another 1 to that pool.
It is your turn.
And the other cultist is doing the exact same thing.
Shouldn't there be 2 knocked out of the initiative? So only one's been...
That one I neglected to actually put in initiative, as it turns out. Which is why I was confused as where I couldn't find it, so that's why the numbers are a bit off.
Oh yeah.
You are next.
Alright.
Like, wait a second.
Ori is going to contribute to the thing, so he's going to pay the price in health, and he is going to contribute. Right, he's got stability pool of 6. How many do you want him to contribute?
3?
A lot, half.
I'd say 5. Because then it means if it costs you 1 to break out of the ritual, he's got 1 to break out.
Okay, so 5 means he's contributed 4 to your pool, which means we're at a very big 10. Plus 10, very good, very good, very good. Who's next?
It's your turn.
Esme Marchand herself. So she first pays the price in stability, takes her down to 3 stability left, and now she is going to do her own stability check, which gets 3 added to it. She has only got a pool of 3 now, so she's going to add 1 of her own to make the stability check a 4. She succeeds at the difficulty and does damage to the tune, or takes the inertia to the tune of 6. So she is now down to 9 inertia remaining. As reality ripples and wobbles, but that resets that pool. Something you can feel is starting to come through on the other side. There's this presence coming in. Now, Johan has now got a pool of 10 to work from, so he's going to use all of it, thanks to you guys. So the first check is pretty much academic. Yes, he doesn't roll a 1, so he does get it. So the amount of damage he does to inertia is not huge, but it's still 12, which means you're down to 13 remaining. You have got a lot further to go than they do. Pool resets. That should be the end of round 1. Oh, no, Viper's still to go. Is Viper's going to contribute to stability or go for one of the cultists?
I think Viper's, based off his not very stable nature, is going to go and whack a cultist.
Alright, whack a cultist.
Swing away.
Will do. I just need to select me and not all of you.
Alright, go to your equipment tab, pick the heavy club, and go whatever with.
Whack-a-mole!
A 4 is a hit, a 3 is damage. Didn't quite drop it down, but at least you've distracted the cultist. Round 2. Edward starts us off.
Support no, because you get blipped. Support fibers.
Cool. Alrighty. Go to your equipment tab. You can use points from your weapons pool if you wish, but should be largely academic with that roll. Yes, indeed. That one is down. Another cultist gone, another cultist denied to add to Mershon's pool. Andrews.
Well, I'm gonna have to take the 7 hits.
Okay. You don't have to. You don't have to pay the cost twice. That's it. You pay it once
for the health to get in. Okay.
That's
Alright.
it.
Okay, cool.
That's just once. That's once. That's all. The only time you need to do it. So now it's just down to the stability checks.
So I can put another 4 into the stability, or I can push it down to 0. Put 5 in. So one's foot.
Well, considering the time, it might be worth just going all in.
Yeah. We'll pop it all in. There we go. 5 burn.
Alright. Who's next? Nova! Right, this one is grabbed and is now babbling incoherently, so you've effectively, teamwork has nullified that one. So, you can do whatever you want to do now. Contributing to the stability check. Okay, so Nova needs to pay... What was that, sorry? Cool, so you need to pay the cost to take part in it first, which is 7 health, or, as before, for every health you don't want to pay, 2 points from either athletics or fleeing.
So 6 points of fleeing.
So that takes 3 off of the health you need to use. So 4 health remaining. Okay, so 2 health you can take off of that. Nice. Okay, so now you can elect to add from your stability pool.
Sorry, 4.
So you add a total of 3, which gives us 8. Nice. Alright. Very good. Caval. This guy is down and done. Take
Next
on
Esme for a clubbing.
I'm gonna take you clubbing, Esme.
So go to your equipment tab, find the club, and remember to use the plus button if you want to add any points from your pool. Or save them for when you need to hit the big cheese.
Ooh, that choices. 2 in.
Alright, that's a good roll, and that is good damage. The cultist is still up, but you have delayed that one. Now that one's going to be distracted.
You are next.
Bertram. You've essentially incapacitated this guy.
Yeah.
Deek attack.
There's also stability if you want to help contribute that, or...
I was thinking if I go over here, if I use preparedness to pull out something for my medical kit like morphine or an anaesthetic.
Ooh. Yes! Alright, we'll do that. And this is going to end up being scuffling nonetheless to see if you can grab the guy to inject him.
Yep.
So if you need to, remember you can use points from your scuffling pool to improve your chances. Ooh, never mind, you rolled a 6!
Okay, I basically want to sort of shut down his respiratory system and cause a massive toxic overdose or something.
Morphine means essentially out.
Yeah, you just drugged him. We just injected him with that much morphine. He's dead.
Yep.
Nicely done.
Wow. Someone's broken their Hippocratic oath.
These people don't really exist. They're all aspects of that woman in a fictional story.
It is your turn.
This one is going to have to go against Caval. He's going to spend points from his weapon pool. Roll only a 1, but because I spent points, it's a 3. Caval's threshold is 3, therefore Caval takes 3 points of damage to health as the cultist swipes at him with a knife and cuts him.
Make ready.
Next up
Your
is
turn comes.
Ori. Ori still has points remaining in his stability. Actually, no, he's only got 1 point, and that's not enough. So he's going to have to do with doing the clubbing. He's going to try and help Cavall finish this one off. So that's going to be club, and we're going to use points. Yeah. 3, which means that one is down. She now no longer has any cultists to rely upon.
It's your turn.
But it's now Esme's turn. She's looking around, finding that she's now alone. So she is going to throw all of her remaining stability pool into this. Boink. Boink. Which means that she managed that most definitely, so she rolls d6 and that's 2. 6. So you have essentially lowered the amount that she could impact it, but she's still got 6, which means she's got only 3 left.
We can't bop her one.
It is your turn.
Johan
Maybe
is
we can
going
now.
to do yours. Well, yeah, she's got no occultists
She's
remaining.
got no one left to tempt us. So it's a 5v. Bundle!
So, yeah, Johan managed to pass the stability check and does inertia damage 11! Down to 2! Oh, this is down to the wire! Down to the wire. That resets that pool to 0.
Vibers, swing, batter, swing.
Vibers, yes indeed. Time to swing.
And the only person left to swing at
Is Merchant herself.
One.
Imagine she owes you money.
Back of the head.
Or fouls your contraband.
Hi! You interfered with systems attached to my warp cores.
I kill you.
Now
Oh, that's a really good
now
damage
Viper-
roll.
And now Vipers is going to warp her core.
So Vipers basically runs in and cracks her a solid shot with the club across her midriff. You could swear you heard bones break, but she's still swaying on her feet. She spits blood, but she's holding onto the book for dear life, trying to form the words. Edwards, it's round 3. Can you stop her?
Knock the book out of her hands. So I'm actually like aiming for like across the wrists, holding it.
Right, scuffle. It'd be more of a scuffle roll.
Yeah.
What's
So
one for the?
burn your 4 scuffling points to guarantee to grab the book.
Very good. Yep, you latch onto it. You're basically
day I'm
wrestling
scuffling.
with her for it now. What was that, sorry?
Every day I'm scuffling.
Oh, which is Andrew's turn.
I can't contribute any more to the stability, so
Cool.
I think it is
Can
going to
try
have to
and
be
knock it down.
Spear!
unless I could push it past, see how.
I'm pulling back and holding, and you just literally just spear her.
Rise
yeah.
up with
so
the super
where-
cut punch.
weapons point to spend, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Well, actually, before you do that, when you go to equipment, you should find there's a plus button,
Yeah.
and that will automatically spend from your weapons pool.
Yeah.
That's a solid shot, doing solid damage. You knock her down. She's out of it.
Yeah,
But-
imagine Edwards comes away with a book.
Thus, he does.
And closes
but
it.
the spell to close the aperture needs to complete. Nova, do you have any stability points remaining? 2.
Yeah, I can throw something.
So you might as well spend both of them, because spending just the one will only add you to the ability to contribute. You may as well spend both of them.
The downside being get rid of Nova. So I'm using 6 health.
Yeah, you don't need to spend it again.
Yeah, you don't need to spend. You don't need to do the health cost again. It's done. You've done it once. You don't need to do it again. You're fine. You can reclaim those fleeing points. Cavall!
Cavell can contribute to the ritual now.
Yes,
so,
he can.
I spent 4 on my fleeing.
Cool.
And then I can spend 4 on athletics, so that's a total reduction of 4. And then I'll spend 3 on health.
Here we go, that'll do.
Bloody hell, I've just seen Bertram's fleeing skill. He cannot take any damage if he just burns all of his fleeing points.
And then I'll contribute all 4 my stability.
How much of your stability? All 4 of it.
Yeah.
Which gives us 3, which makes the pool 4. Nice. Ooh.
Make ready. Your turn
Bertram.
comes.
These all down. I guess I'll do the same.
Yeah, you could take all 14 fleeing.
Yeah. Yep, which I will definitely do. So I have to do 2 simple spends. Yep. So that represents me literally running in and jumping into the ritual.
So, how many stability points are you adding to the pool?
My stability is 6. So
May as well
go all in.
Throw the lot in to bring our pool up to 9. Alright.
Make ready. Your
And I
turn
envision that
comes.
pin as something that has been sutured closed.
Or I can't do anything because he's got no stability points left to spend with, and there's nobody
He's
left
got
to.
1 left, hasn't he?
Yeah, and
But he
that
can't
won't-
get over the cost.
yeah.
It's your turn.
So Merchant is down, can't
is
do
your
anything
turn.
more. It's Johan, so it's down to +9. This is kind of academic now. There is this horrible howl, an unearthly howl that shakes the fabric of reality itself around you, as Johan finishes the incantations, and you all feel, physical fatigue overtake you. Something tries to reach through with an impossibly large clawed hand before you are suddenly snapped back to the holodeck. Somehow. There we are. And all find yourselves back in the holodeck. And Stephens is in there working on some of the paneling, and she jumps. Oh God! You're back! You're safe! Oh, thank God. So. Obviously, the first thing that happens is that everyone exits the holodeck, and the holodeck is summarily shut down. So as soon as you reappear back in the holodeck, the engineering guys outside pull the plug from the holodeck and shuts the whole thing down. The whole drain on the system's resources goes away. But the invasive program, if that's what it was, has one last trick up its sleeve. As it's after the deflector turns off and the aperture in subspace closes, a final action is taken and the comms array is accessed, at which point a single burst is sent forth from the Navis and penetrates way down into some of the deeper layers of subspace before sensors can't even find where it disappeared into. It's unclear if this pulse was a message, warning, request for help. It's not obvious at all, but nevertheless, some pulse or other managed to get through and penetrate into the deeper, darker layers of subspace. The rest of you, meanwhile, are taken immediately on doctor's recommendation to sickbay in order to have your various bumps, bruises, scrapes and scratches bound up and healed. The purveyor of this holodeck program is given by name by Quark, and it turns out the name associated with it is an Esme Merchant who lives somewhere in Europe on Earth. But when they apparently track her down, they find nobody in residence. In fact, there's no evidence of anyone of that name being in residence for quite some time. So, unless there's anything particular that you guys want to draw this session to a close with,
I think there's going to have to be a very long conversation with our lieutenant.
Although, I need that report on my desk at shift change.
Yaiza.
No fucking sense. I'm off to the pub.
And
For the next few weeks.
Sorry.
The
Cavell
doctor.
will
The,
Wait, Gareth, hold on to it. Let Jan go first.
okay.
For the next few weeks, Cavell will be reading instead of using the holodeck for entertainment.
Gareth?
The doctor starts looking up hypnotic techniques to drum up more attendance to his Moss lectures with a slightly sanity lost evil chuckle.
All recreational training will be happening in the cargo bays and shuttle bays.
And it's amazing how much paperwork is done on time. For a change.
Wow,
We
yeah,
can
the
never speak of this again.
The backlog's coming down. This is amazing. We're only at 6 months behind now.
In either
somewhere-
case, this does bring our Halloween special episode to a close. I hope everybody who took part in it enjoyed it. We did run spectacularly
Yes.
over time, but I hope everyone got a kick out of that as much as I did.
Yep.
So, yeah, back to normal, regularly scheduled programming, I think. Let's see. Do we want to set the date of the 14th for our next adventure? Or do we want to go straight through and start go straight into it again next week?
It's up to you. You're the GM. You
should
said
be
you
able
wanted
to
to
make
week off
either.
a bit.
Let's see. What did I already book you guys in for anything? Yeah. So I have booked down for the 7th. Now that we're not doing kids classes for Kung Fu anymore, actually this should work out fine. So yeah, let's go for the 7th. Let's go for next week. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. No Cthulhu or Hastur, I swear.
See, it's my theory
Who?
that communication burst at the end was sending Hasta the details of the left warp nacelle. And on reading what's contained in it, Hasta loses sanity points.
We send him the full technical schematics.
No. What you
Right.
said it was a copy. The
Well,
original
thanks
is in the
for
cell.
hanging around, Suitable Substrate. This has been a massive episode. I really didn't expect it to go this long, and I tried to keep it within a reasonable time, but there was just too much needed to get through. So I'm glad folks stuck around for it. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed it. If you liked it and you're watching this on YouTube, then really do feel free to give us a like and to also subscribe and hit the notification bell to be notified as to when the next videos are up and around. This was fantastical fun. Really going to have to now think about what we're going to have to do for next Halloween. Who knows? But until that time, I will sign us out in appropriate fashion by saying look after yourselves, especially in this ridiculously crazy time. Treat each other with respect that you expect to be treated with in return, and above all things, remember to say good night out there, whatever you are.